Good evening, guys. Turn that off. Good evening, guys. 2 in the house. 1 in the house. Please put a comment in the chat so I know who you are. Welcome to another installment of this Saturday evening live stream. We wait a couple of minutes and let more people join the stream before we go into today's topic. So, hey, Twinbrook Acres, good to see you. How are you doing? I hope you had a great week and a great Christmas. I had it myself. A pretty good Christmas. I can't complain about that. So, how are you doing? I hope everything is okay. And I hope, yep. Hey, PV. Yep. Okay, PV. Back in 5. No problem. Yeah. Nice Christmas. It was as it should be. Good food. Good to drink. And how's your project going? I know you you finished the ditch, so that's good. But I guess you have a lot of other smaller projects around the house. Roger, Arizona Homestead, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Okay, that's good. No projects. That's good. You need to relax too. It's good to see so many in the house today already. Well, 6 in the house is pretty good. 3 minutes and 25 seconds in. So today's topic for this stream is community support. Yeah. And we have PV back. So I'm going to do this. And there you have it, PV. Good to see you, by the way. How are you doing, PV? Living off grid. I work to get at least 1 day off. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Hey, PV, good to see you.
How you going, Shadow? All right?
Yeah, I'm pretty good, actually.
Yeah, good Christmas.
Yeah, I can't complain.
Can't complain.
I can't complain.
Yeah, good.
Hey, Thor, good to see you, brother.
Thor, hello.
Yeah. And we have Verna in the house, Vase Place. Good to see you. Well, this is your suggested topic again, PV.
Mine. Well,
yep.
Well, when you suggested ask for some suggestions, I just sent you a load of topics. So that was a while ago. I forgot about them all.
Yeah, it's easy to forget.
SHTF community, yeah.
community support.
Yeah. Well, we've got a couple of people in there. Another 5 minutes or so. Give people a chance to filter through. Twinbrook Acres, RG Arizona Homestead.
Yeah.
Thorhaven Farm, Vase Place. There should be a couple more popping in.
Yeah, probably. I heard from CR that he would probably not be on today. So.
All right. Uncle Al.
Yeah, Uncle Al in the house. Good to see you, Uncle Al. How are you doing? Well, this is the last stream for the year, but we will be back next year.
Yeah. Last one of the year. Maybe you should have had a roundup or something like best buys, best prep buys of the year, worst prep buys of the year, and stuff like that.
Yeah. That sounds like a good idea.
Well, for next week, say future Dior, future projects for next year, for the coming year and stuff like this.
Yeah. Hey, Diors, good to see you. Well, 9 in the house. That's at least something.
Yeah. Link, come in.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope that link will work.
How many can your StreamYard support in one stream?
On panel or in general?
No, when you're frozen there. But say that again. Sorry.
On panel or in general?
On the panel, yeah.
I can have 10.
10. Oh, good.
Yep. Hey, Liselot, good to see you.
You're breaking up there, Shadow. You're freezing a couple of times.
That's weird. That's weird.
Uncle Al's recovering from surgery.
Yeah. Hey, Diors.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Diors, how you doing? All right?
I'm doing all right. Oh, wow. They changed the StreamYard on settings on the phone, on the mobile.
Hey,
you have to do what, sorry?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm breaking up or if you guys are breaking up, but I heard some audio breaking up.
Yeah, I had some breaking up and Shadow froze for a bit, but it's okay now. Yeah, a couple of people, all right. Must be the Russians interrupting the. Must be the underground cables.
Yeah, probably. Thank you, Uncle Al, for the update. But anyway, should we get into today's topic? I think that is.
Yeah, go on, Nick. Get into it then. This is SHF community support.
Yeah, it is basically SHF community support, or community support in different types of crises. It could be a hurricane, it's tornado, flooding, whatever. But we can take it in general.
Yeah, one extreme to the other.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is where it all comes together, isn't it? I mean, everyone prepares for the initial event and hopes they survive that and they can deal with any injuries and stuff like this. Then they go on to the sort of the next step of rebuilding, recovery, making sure everything tries to get back to normal. And if the event is that extreme that it doesn't happen, and we're talking grid down, long-term collapse, almost an apocalyptic scenario, then you eventually sort of, I can't see any way that someone can self-sustain themselves as a family or a small unit. You just haven't got the skills. You haven't got all the training ability. You might not have all the resources, the real estate, etc., etc. So, I think people will go to the community sort of target, however long that's going to take. It could be a couple of years or whatever, couple of months. I think the community aspect of it is definitely sort of the way to go to sort of re-establish and rebuild and sustain and keep things sustainable in the longer term. No, he's dropped off.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, you could go back. If you look back in history, the development of sort of mankind went towards the community model as a sort of natural course. If you go back to the Mesolithic period, where we were hunter-gatherers, back to the Stone Age, basically. So you had the sort of Neanderthals, then you went on to the Mesolithic period, where you had the hunter-gatherer mentality, and people were roaming around in a nomadic lifestyle. Then it went to a model thereafter, sort of as the last ice age diminished, where into the Mesolithic period, where people started to settle down and the farming, not modern day farming, the farming sort of lifestyle started to establish itself, and animal husbandry and was kept going. And this is where the sort of the nomadic lifestyles started to settle down and become more static, and communities start to build on from there, and the ball just kept rolling on from there. So I think it's a natural sort of a natural progression to go from survival to initial isolation onto a community based sort of lifestyle in the longer term, definitely.
Yeah.
But I mean, what is a community? People. I would suggest it's a lot. A collection of smaller groups. People might at the moment be focused on the initial survival aspect of things, or post-disaster events, or if they're in longer term. See you later, Uncle Al. Bye.
See you later, Uncle Al.
So people might be focused on the immediate short-term post disaster event or post grid down event, and they may have gone to the extremes they may have gone to the lengths to join a mutual assistance group or a MAG group, but MAG groups are more organized. There's more of a structure there. Beforehand, you would have divvied up the training and the roles. There'd be a medical expertise side of it. There'd be sort of an engineer side of it.
A bit more of a hierarchy than.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But going on to a community side of it, if it's pre-thought of already, even then, it's not as organized as sort of a mutual assistance group. So, it's a larger group of people, a larger collective group of individuals or families living together in a sort of area.
Hey, Howie.
Hey, Howie.
Good to see you.
Hey, Sorry to interrupt. Hey, Shadow, I might have you send me the link on IG because I am having issues. Like, my signal keeps dropping out, and that's why the audio is breaking up for me on my side. So I think I'm going to have to move from mobile to my laptop.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
I can put the link on your IG just in case if something happens.
Yeah. Trying to do this via phone is kind of unreliable right now, and I don't know if it's my Wi-Fi or what's going on. Maybe I just need to, stop being on Wi-Fi. Use my mobile data instead, because sometimes it's the way my phone kind of acts.
Yeah, probably.
No, I agree with what you said about everything else so far. Is like I said, the only issue with mags is it's not necessarily organic. I don't know. It could be kind of forced upon, to a degree.
Yeah, I mean, I think a mag group, you'd have to be part of one before any event.
Yeah. I mean realistic. I need Steve Corsair's trainers. He's discussed a lot of this stuff ad nauseum in his live streams as well as previous videos. I think for a lot of it's just going to be, for suburbia or people living in apartment blocks, it's just going to be neighbors coming together for a lot of it, organic.
And Thorhaven has a good point here. If you are raising a number of different animals, you'll need a group to help look after gardening projects, repairs, security, cooking, etc. He has a point.
Yeah.
And I agree with it.
Well, look at the ranchers and farm. Let's just say primarily ranchers. The old American West, back during the 19th century and early 20th century. There were farmhands that worked there full time, lived there full time in boarding houses that would take care of the livestock. Hell, even some of the actual farmsteads that weren't actually raising livestock, large scale, like the ranching operations that were actually growing crops year round. They had farmhands. You had traveling work, laborers, formerly known as hobos, in the early 20th century. That's where the terminology came from. It's actually an abbreviation for homeward bound, but a lot of those guys were your ranch hands. They were your cotton pickers. They were your, the guys that took care of the ranch and provided security. Let me know if I'm up, Days. I can't see the chat right now.
Okay, understood.
Yeah, no worries. I think it definitely got its benefits. You've got to you got the opportunity to share resources, you pool resources. People think of people might want to think of a church sort of group where there's some sort of focused point, and everyone may, they may have the opportunity to contribute to a pool of extra resources. So in extra or post-event catastrophe, they've got a pool of resources to then draw back on from if they all start to contribute in such a way where they might make an extra little food mountain, or they might share a water source or anything like this. And being part of the community, willfully or not, you might be bound by location. It gives you the opportunity to have safety in numbers and stuff like this. You get your mutual support from the rest of the people in that community. It depends on the actual distance involved within this community, but I'd suggest it would be more sort of localized, where if transportation is a problem, then it will start to fragment any sort of community. people come together on a sort of a frequency of, weekly, monthly, or whatever it is, daily it could be. But they'll get the opportunity to have safety in numbers where they'll have to support each other, and they may even have a quick reaction force where everyone can chip in, similar to like a neighborhood watch thing. That's part of a peacetime sort of a community. They may even all chip in to have lookouts in certain areas, if the situation is that bad. But yeah, division of labor definitely, as Thor said earlier.
Hey Grace, good to see you.
In the farming aspects of it, one family, whatever's left, is going to have a hard time on their own anyway. But if you're part of a community, you can all divide the labor up in terms of engineering, rebuilding structures, security of the area. You might have roving patrols. You might have the comm systems going where everyone's keeping themselves updated with each other. Like I said, a quick reaction force, or someone who's a point of focus for any medicinal first aid aspects or longer term first aid management. And even then down to the farming aspect of it. You might have machinery that everyone else's machinery is broken or something like this, and you take turns in rotating equipment and stuff like this. This is sort of it's that way I see the benefits of being a part of a community, definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
I was going to say, at least from the farming and ranching side of it, this might be the time when you start seeing large families again, because a lot of the homesteaders and a lot of the farmers, farming communities back in olden time, it wasn't unusual for them to have like almost a dozen children living on the farm at different ages, because they're essentially free labor, to help the family support the farm and help generate revenue so the family could survive. Also because of the birth rates, infant mortality was much higher, so of course a lot of families are going to take the shotgun approach with child rearing.
Yeah, well, I think you're definitely there. I mean, in some circumstances you might not get the opportunity to, you might be involuntarily plunged into this situation where your neighbors are then your new community, like it or lump it sort of thing. And what you got is what you got, basically. But yeah, social support, the emotional side of it, the psychological side of it. And if it's a faith-based community, like a central point of focus is a church, for instance, which many used to be hundreds of years ago and stuff like that, and it's slowly starting to diminish here anyway, then that could be one aspect of it as well. But many hands make light work and all this sort of stuff. And if you can get together as part of like-minded people, not necessarily within your own sort of family or group, but amongst other members of the community, and have the opportunity to talk to other people and talk your experiences through with their experiences. If it's been such a traumatic event, then that's definitely a big emotional, psychological boost to having the ability to share stories and stuff like this.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with that.
But also, knowledge base. If you're part of a community and you're coming together on a regular basis, whatever that may be, then you've then got the opportunity to tap into expertise from other people. You've got the opportunity to teach or be taught by others, because we all haven't got the same set of skills, and we all don't know everything. And you also got the opportunity to rack the brains of other people and problem solve issues that have come across your sort of immediate area, that other people may have come across similar problems and come up with a solution as well. But yeah, I mean, even things like trade and barter. I mean, if you're, say, imagine sort of like a wagon wheel, and you got these satellite families or homesteads or survivors, and you're coming into a central hub, then it gives you the opportunity then to also barter with people as well. Yeah, swap resources, trade spare parts, and this sort of thing. So it's definitely, all these benefits definitely add up. It also offers the opportunity for other people's skills to help fix and maintain equipment that you may not be 100% with. So if you got 2 oil filters on your generator and someone, everyone else has run out of oil filters or whatever it is, then you've got the ability to swap there or help maintain other people's and swap and barter and this sort of stuff. But like I say, definitely got its benefits, but I wouldn't say it can be all rosy. I've been to a couple of little groups here and there, and some of them fall by the wayside pretty quickly because of various things, personality clashes, and you always get one bad apple in the group and this sort of stuff. So you got to be very careful if you're, on the one hand, it's okay being thrust into a community sort of lifestyle because you've got no choice, because you're in a community by the area you're in. But I think I'd be very wary in joining a community if you were forced to leave where you are, where you live, and move on. So I think you've got to get some checks and balances done if you're going to sort of move into an area and join an existing community, definitely. Yeah, I thought everyone has to be in the same mindset and value things the same. Yeah. I mean, morality is the bedrock of a community, really. So,
hey, Warren, good to see you.
No, and I agreed with everything you said thus far. But like I said, similar situation can, like I said, also occur with, like I said, it's always better to have somebody that's got, some kind of centralized views. I think no matter what, you're always going to run across somebody or, a group of people that are going to try to put in minimal effort and try to get out, try to maximize the resources they can get out of, a group. And I think it's just kind of human nature. Some people are just they're going to test the limits, of people's generosity.
That's definitely a big thing. That is, the imbalance of contribution from various people. And if someone, that's something I think people have got to weigh up if they're going to, if they're starting to join some sort of group.
Yeah, I've seen bad from far, like I said, from far away, not personal. I haven't seen it up close and personal, but I've seen it, outside looking in. I've seen the bad from both ways. I've seen mag groups that, I would never in a million years want to join, not willingly, that's for certain. I wouldn't even want to get absorbed into those groups. But there's certain situations where, you got organic groups that can be just as caustic, just as corrosive as some of these mags out there. Some of these groups, I mean, it's this part of, you doing your due diligence and, being, aware of the different groups that are out there or in your neighborhood. But there's just some people I just would not want to associate with.
Yeah.
Just because, oh, sorry. No, like I said, aside from the differences, but like some people, they, behind closed doors, they are not the individuals you want to be associating with. Sorry.
Yeah. I think a mag group is, I think you're more tied into that. But whereas a sort of community, you can dip in and dip out, and you're not sort of, you're not tied into it as much. There's not so much reliance. It depends, I suppose, on the actual community itself. But yeah, I can imagine a mag group where, I mean, I've heard stories where some people have to sign contracts before they join mag groups and all this sort of stuff. And if, I've even heard one guy say that if he is part, if you're part of our group and you decide to leave, then they'll deal with you when you go because you know all the sort of ins and outs of where things are stored and all this sort of stuff. So
Yeah.
But I think a community is a bit more looser based.
Yeah. Sorry. I am still recovering from a cold right now.
Yeah.
But,
COVID, is it?
No, I've already dealt with that once, man. That nearly almost killed me.
Oh.
Like, had that gone any other way, we wouldn't be talking right now. You guys wouldn't even know who I was. But no. On the lighter end, yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it where, groups will sign contracts. And to be honest with you, the contracts, to me, it's not a bad thing. Not necessarily a bad thing. I guess it just depends on what the contract all entails. Like, I can understand from a legal standpoint, they're trying to cover they're trying to CYA, cover their butts,
Yeah, I mean, to me, it seems a bit. Alarm bells would start to ring straight away if contracts started to come out. It brings up a trust thing, doesn't it?
Yeah, speaking of mag groups, I heard about some mag groups have. If you want to join a mag group, they can ask you if you have your own preparedness. They will ask you if you want to join us, you have to put your preps into our group.
Into our communal preps.
And when you leave, you lose that.
Yes. Yep. I've heard that too. Now, I've also heard that, we'll provide you a place to store your stuff, but if it won't be a part of the community preps, but if you leave, you have to relinquish your supplies. Similar instance. The issue I have with some of these groups, and like I said, I'm not picking on just mag groups. Hell, some of these religious groups and faith-based groups are the same way. Some of them get a little bit. Some get a little bit cultish, if you know what I mean. Like their leaders think that they are the second coming of Jesus Christ, and they must take all the wives and all the daughters as their own. And that I'm not okay with that. Like, I absolutely refuse to associate with groups like that. I view those groups like that as credible threats. And I don't know. This is part of the reason why, I don't think the preparedness community on YouTube could ever really get together, fully, because there's just too many personal beefs and too many personal, disagreements with one another. I see it.
Good to see you.
People that were once friends with one another, and they're no longer on speaking terms.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be major alarm bells. First of all, like I say, I think you're a lot more tied into a mag group, and I'd sort of steer away from that sort of thing, unless it's you really know these people and trust these people 100%. Whereas community, it's a bit more of a loose bond, and you do dip yourself in and out a bit. Depends on regularity.
Yeah. But like I said, you can also have a bunch of collectivists come together in an organic setting, like, you get your usual neighborhood community organizer, like, let's go ahead and we're going to go through everybody's houses. We're going to pull everything together and we're going to divide the resources up evenly. If you're the guy at Sun Street who'd spent, greater than 10 years of your life stacking up supplies and doing all the, preparedness and survival related tasks, going through all the training, taking the first aid courses, learning what it takes to purify water, all that other crap. and then these people are, they spent their personal lives, their personal resources, just living the high life. Yeah, no, like I said, that will cause conflict too, just as much as some of these mag groups will.
Yeah.
In fact, I'd say that probably causes more conflict, and that's where most of the conflicts are going to take place.
Yeah, I think. I mean, there are various sort of pitfalls. More people, the more resources deplete quicker. That's sort of a big downside as well. People think of that. Conflict, clashes of personalities and stuff like this. And the more internal bickering, the tighter the community gets. It's got scope for that as well. And like you said before, the imbalance of contribution, the more tightly a group is, the more it's seen as someone isn't doing as much as a workload than the others and all this sort of stuff. But I think people's got to scope out how it's governed and how it's sort of bonded together. Is there a sort of a central leader, or does it have complete autonomy? Or do they have to conform to group decisions and this sort of thing? This is if they're voluntarily sort of going to join a community. I mean, there's communities out there already. There's a couple in Britain. I was invited to one a couple of years ago. I got an email from this community, and it was some sort of SHTF thing that someone had bought a massive plot of land, and they had 25 odd houses that you could buy and live there. And if you didn't want to live there, you could come together in times of SHTF, and they'd all get along as this little community. And it just, alarm bells just started ringing straight away. I mean, someone, you're always beholden to someone. Someone's always sort of going to be,
Yeah, somebody's always looking. Sorry, I'm going to be cursing real quick on like Shadow's live stream. Somebody's always going to be looking to be king shit on Turd Island.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think,
like I said, I would, believe me, I would love, like I said, I'm not against mags entirely. I'm really not. I mean, I would love for a mag. I would love for there to be the perfect ideal mag out there to make it survive, just do what it takes to make it survive. They don't step on anybody's toes. They don't, like I said, there's not, infighting is down to a minimum. Like I would love it, but like I know realistically, I'm not a psychologist, but I think I know human nature a little too well.
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, communities and groups, it's all okay until, it's okay as long as there's some sort of unifying purpose. And everyone works towards that purpose. When that unifying sort of purpose or goal diminishes, the shift of focus starts to move, and then you will start to get more bickering and internal disputes sort of sprouting up and clashes and this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I would steer away from the cultural and ideological sort of side of things, really, because then you've got the recipe for power struggles and cults to start to develop, and I'm king of the castle sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Thor says, ideally, if you have a group that lives close to each other, the better than getting together in one community or farm, etc. Everyone still does their own thing, but can share and trade. I agree with that.
Yeah,
definitely. Yeah, I think proximity is that's a key thing. It's got to be proximal, in the same sort of small village. But I would say, for my personal preference, get together on a regular basis, not too regularly.
All right, I'm gonna dip out and we'll rejoin on the computer side.
Okay.
All right.
Slippery Pickle says governance is important. Best to have a council of elders, sober, good, moral people. That is my idea to solve that kind of thing. That is something I have been thinking about. If you have a mayor group, when the group is larger, you need to have a council of elders. That is outstanding.
I think the looking at the future,
Hey.
Looking forward to the future sort of Mars community solution. Elon Musk has indicated that he would want people to everyone has a vote or a say in every decision that gets carried out, which is a good sort of way to go.
All right. Well, like I said, there are issues with, in some respects, everybody having a vote, and I'm not saying that I want to disregard and power control, but there's a saying that tyranny through the masses is still tyranny. If you've got everybody, like I said, classic example, neighborhood, getting together, post event, and everybody trying to pool their resources together. If you got all your neighbors, if you're the only guy in your street and you've been doing this stuff and foregoing, all the pleasures of life and just packing stuff away just in case and taking all the training and everything, your neighbors have been doing F all and haven't been doing anything to contribute or to help themselves, and they're all voting to take your stuff. That's where I'm going to be a little hesitant about everybody gets a voice, you know what I mean?
Yeah. When it comes down to a personal level, it's you draw the line. It depends how much power it's got in it, and when it starts to get a bit more powerful, and you think, and it's at some point you may not have the opportunity to. Down the line, it might have progressed to such an extent where everyone's starting to almost live a bit comfortably, and all of a sudden, all these other things start creeping in, and you think, well, can I afford to leave? It's But I've said it's like life at the moment. Ronald Reagan indicated it when he was on about aliens attacking Earth. As long as there's some sort of common goal that everyone's working towards, it's okay. And as long as the resources are...
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob. Good to see you.
As long as the resources are abundant, then it's not that much of an issue, but it can fragment quite easily. Yeah, like the leadership system. Yeah,
I'd be wary.
Definitely.
I'd be wary for anybody, like I said, whether it be a mag situation or whether it would be, like I said, neighborhood community getting together. I'd be wary about anybody who's like avid, about stepping up and being the de facto leader. I'd be, I don't know, man. Like, what's your game? What's your angle that you're trying to play at? Because I'm going to lean on the side of caution and assume you're not doing this for the benefit of all. You're just doing it to be, on a power trip. And that's the problem. You got a lot of these faux leaders out there that want to do the stuff. And like I said, they want to take over and they just want to be in charge. And they don't really truly understand what it takes to be, as the saying goes, there's too many chiefs and not enough Indians. Not enough of them know what it takes to truly be a chief in a tribal situation.
Yeah. I mean, there's lots of the opportunity for corruption is everywhere, and when if law and order goes out the window, then it's going to even be worse. Even if you are dipping in and out of community meeting, for instance, on a regular or irregular basis, then I would still err on caution. You got every contingencies from getting to and from the meeting, all this sort of stuff. What happens if the meeting turns sour, or the community might just be the case of weekly or monthly sort of barter opportunity.
Most of these, like I said, I listen to a lot of audiobooks. That's what I do while I'm driving trucks.
Right.
Yeah, on the road. But most of the audiobooks I've listened to, I've pretty much got a good idea that it's probably a good idea if, you know, your neighborhood's getting together and trying to organize to start attending some of those community meetings, because you want to know what your neighbors are planning to do. You know, you want to make sure that you're ready, to address any situations, because they might be looking towards you as a resource, like, and not even in a good way, not even in a mutually beneficial way. You know how we're talking about, Thor just talked about, I don't tell my neighbor how to raise his chickens. You don't tell me how to raise my cows. And we pick each other's brains for information on it. But like I said, you got these little dictator wannabes that are going to come up. They're going to spring up. They will spring up, and they're going to, like I said, they're going to start trying to tell you, well, this is what you need to do. We're going to go house to house. We're going to do a search, and we're going to pull everything together. No, you're not. Not here. Not as long as I got this piece of iron in my hands.
Yeah. Oh, but yeah, definitely. If someone sees an opportunity to make their powerful position even more powerful, then they'll go for it. The power vacuum thing is it's a massive issue. It's probably like when the country, let's say Iran at the moment, where Syria, Assad has just left. There's a big power vacuum there. That's probably the power vacuum scenario is one of the most dangerous eras in a country.
I think of like Saddam. Hey, Bob.
Hey, guys.
Hey,
I
Bob,
was thinking like what happened to Saddam. When Saddam got taken out, and like Iraq kind of just like went into complete chaos.
Yeah. No, definitely. Yeah.
You had like Al Qaeda cells springing up all over the place, all over Iraq. After Saddam, even though he was a terrible dictator, he was a dictator nonetheless that kept everything in check.
He even kept Iran in check.
Yeah.
I think at the moment there's community groups all over the place. I think there's more community groups existing now in everyone's village, town, city.
What the heck was that one guy's name over there in Libya? Muammar Gaddafi. He got taken out. Now they got like slave trade markets over there.
Farm. Good to see you, brother.
But, sorry, that's more the extreme side of things.
Yeah. I think in everyone's town, village, city, wherever they live at the moment, there's more community groups than they actually think exists. And these could be part of a local charity group, church community group, cert teams, all this sort of stuff, volunteer groups all over the place. So these things can balloon into bigger groups if anything was to sort of collapse or the grid come down, this sort of stuff. But I'd be aware of the do-gooders coming around, offering assistance, etc., etc. I'll steer clear of that sort of thing. We had them in when the big virus situation occurred a couple of years ago. People knocking on people's door, "Hey Vanessa," and saying, "Oh, I'm part of a volunteer group. Do you need any shopping doing for you?" And all this sort of stuff. And okay, all well and good that the 80-year-old down the road living on their own may have needed some help and it may have been a bit more useful, but who's vetting these people?
Yeah, I'm willing to give people the benefit of the doubt. Okay, because by and large, I think a lot of people, they want to do right, but when things get desperate, when resources get limited, there's no ends, especially when you're dealing with parents that are looking to feed their children, and they like I said, these are, for one reason or another, they were caught flat-footed. Either they're wrong place, wrong time, and they're a long ways away from home, or for most of them, they just they live the high life, live beyond their means, focused on entertainment and pleasure versus putting stuff away. There's no ends to where they're not willing to go to potentially harm you or harm somebody else just to feed their children. right, wrong, or different. That's the way it's going to be with some of these people.
Yeah.
But like I said, I want to give people the benefit of the doubt. I'm not going to be naive though.
Yeah. Yeah. Give them the benefit of doubt at arm's length, and
Yeah.
see where it goes from there. Because it's the problem with sort of trust and vetting people after any sort of event where you haven't got the opportunity to check out who they are, where they are, what their reputation, etc. You're then based on the actions of how they conduct themselves and all this sort of stuff. Yeah, it's a big, very wary. But like we said previously, all this sort of thing should be scoped out and thought about beforehand, and start scoping out what communities are in the area, who's likely to spring up in this
like I
sort of
said,
stuff.
I've already seen it in real time. A lot of these groups, and like I said, the preparedness community as a whole on preparedness and survival communities as a whole on YouTube, they won't get together. They can't get together. They won't be able to put their differences aside. And to be fair, some of them, like I said, they're way out there. They're too far out there. It's like, nope, I don't want to even go that way, man. You're getting into territory that I wouldn't even dream of as far as like the conspiracy side of stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, I like a good conspiracy theory, like a good conspiracy just as much as the next guy, but like some of these people, they're crazy, man. Like you
flat out. Yeah. I don't trust most of those conspiracy people, because here's how they usually phrase something. Well, that guy in charge, he thinks. That guy in charge, he thought.
Hang
How
on.
the fuck
Bob,
do
you
you know
broke
what
up.
someone else is thinking?
Yep. We had the opportunity to bleep that because of delay.
Oh, well, what I mean. The conspiracy people. Well, this guy thinks. This guy thought. How do you know what someone else is thinking?
Yeah.
Come on, stop it. Stop it.
We are not mind readers.
Again,
No,
like
we
I
are
said-
not.
Again, like I said, I like a good conspiracy theory probably about as much as the next guy does, but it does get tiring. And after a while, you got to sit and you got to ask yourself, like, what can I do? Like, what am I doing right now watching this stuff? How's this improve, my position? There's a fine line between being informed and,
well, that's
being,
it.
Being able to
people don't delve in and go to the source information. There was one this week about there was loads and loads of posts on X and other platforms on about radiation spikes in New York, New Jersey, and somewhere in Washington. And the wife is saying, "Oh, this guy's saying that these drones are carrying radioactive material which could crash, and that's why it's shooting down." Right?
Yeah.
I delved into it, and the source all came from one particular website. Everyone was referring to one website, which was a radiation monitoring website. So I clicked on one of the forum links in that website, and everyone in the forum, as part of that radiation monitoring website, was ranting and raving about how people, because the way it worked was people buy these radiation monitors and they submit their readings to this website. And there goes the problem. The people who are emitting these, submitting these high readings in New York City, for instance, they weren't using validated,
Good to see you.
validated equipment or anything like this. And a classic example was one of the guys there who was some sort of scientist or whatever it was. I don't know. He was saying, "No, how can you have a massive spike in radiation in one road, 2 blocks away? The readings are normal." And
Good question.
Uncalibrated equipment, and this sparked a fueling post on social media. Then the papers picked up on it, And before you know it, everyone's agreeing with each other and taking it as read that all these things are carrying,
Look,
God
I
knows what.
have not followed any of the UAPs or the stories with the drones and all that. I don't have time to sit there and look into that. I really don't. But at the same time, the issue that I have with some of the stuff they start talking about, it's like really obscure information. It's like, where's your source? Like, where are you getting your information from?
Yeah.
Like, look, I love John over there at the Prepared Mind channel. I love listening to his live streams. I try to tune in most Sundays. But man, some of the stuff that him and Uman start talking about, like some of that stuff gets way out there. It's like I'm not saying that he's wrong. I'm not saying that his sources are wrong. I just don't know. Some of the stuff I'm a little bit duplicitous about, little skeptical.
Yeah. How about asking good questions like, how do I keep warm?
Yeah.
When
Well,
the power fails.
Yeah, and
where do I get water from if we have an earthquake and the underground water system fails?
Yeah, and like I said, the people do need to ask the question. In the grand scheme of things, like, what can I do about it? And the reality is, for some of the stuff, there's nothing you can do about it. There's absolutely nothing you can do about it. All you can do is insulate yourself for any problems that might come downstream of this, downwind of this. That's about the best you can do. Take some basic self-defense courses, take some basic first aid courses, learn a little bit of survival basics, how to start a fire, etc. Yeah. The basic stuff, do the basics, start putting up some cans of beans and stuff like that. But in the grand scheme of things,
Nancy, good to see you.
You can't do a whole lot about some of the stuff. And it's like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Look, I live down here in West Texas. These drones, they mean nothing to me. They don't, like, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't do anything for me. Even while I'm driving trucks over the road, it means nothing to me. Like, I'm so far away from this stuff. This is so, this might as well be on the dark side of the moon for me. Some of this stuff that people start worrying about.
Yeah, you know how I am. Okay, right now I'm in the process, still in the process of cutting firewood into small pieces.
Hey, you and me both.
And splitting it with, and I've got another tool on the way in that will make it even simpler and easier for me. How about people post videos about this? I got this tool. This works great for this.
Yeah.
Have a nice day.
Yeah.
There's no space aliens putting probes in my butt.
I've already been getting complaints on my channel, and they're not like complaints. They're like complaints from a place of love.
Mm-hmm.
But I've got a guy. It's like, yeah, you haven't been posting anything in a while. It's like, I've been busy, man. I've been busy between working and then doing stuff. I just haven't had the time to sit down and make a video.
So, someone the other day said, why don't you do more videos? You haven't posted one for 4 months. So I've got nothing to say.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get me ticking the box for the week and start coming out with all sorts of drivel.
There have been times where it's like I've been, there have been videos where I start filming it, start recording it, sounds good and everything. And then for one reason or another, I just never get around to posting. It's like, you know what? I'm not even going to bother. It's too late. The topic's gone. It's past. We're done.
Yeah. But I mean, communities, for instance, it doesn't have to be a physical thing, like the prepper community online now. I mean, Shadow's little community has got every week here, gathering of people, sharing information, ideas, and this sort of stuff, problem solve, and ban stuff around. It could be that as well, You've got mobile communities as well. You got nomadic mobile communities. Nomadic communities, rove around and have roved around before. They can be anything from motorcycle clubs, stroke gangs to the people in the north, Eskimos, Samis, and all this sort of stuff. The Abos. Yeah, very wary. okay to dip. Yeah, you know, my mindset is okay to dip your finger, your toe in and out of a community,
Yeah.
and then play it from there, see how it goes. But you
Okay.
get a sort of general idea beforehand, I'd imagined, as to what people are like.
Bob, is it okay if I bring you up as subject?
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm
Based
here.
on your past live stream that I unfortunately missed out, but I watched the whole replay. You know,
okay.
like I said, you know, like the preparedness community can't really get together on YouTube. You know, like it just there's going to be too much infighting. Like I said, I guess him and Gil, they're no longer on speaking terms with one another.
Well, yeah, he blocked me. He blocked me a couple years ago because you know, I'm a real gentle, sweet, loving guy. When I hear bullshit, I call bullshit.
Yeah.
That's just how I am. You know, this is, dude, you're full of fucking fear porn.
Look,
You're bullshit.
hey, you know what? Yeah, all right. And here's the thing. And like I said, not really going to talk about Gil because, like I said,
yeah.
I'm still on good terms with him, so I'm gonna like maintain that. But classic example, me and Wes, we don't talk no more. We don't talk. I haven't completely cut him off, but I am strongly considering it because straight up, I hate to call people out.
Yeah.
There's some people I don't mind calling out because they were frauds right from the get-go. But this guy, classic example, behind closed doors, he's a fucking prick. He absolutely is. Like,
yeah.
Like, look, it's a complicated situation between me and Wes because, okay, back when I was on death's door, when I was literally on the verge of dying, when I was in that 21-day long coma in the hospital, and Wes rallied the community and got them to say prayers for me. Help communities that I don't even associate with, like Shofar Mountain and all that. You know, all them people that started praying for me and everything like that. Like, I literally think that by the grace of God, through community prayer and support, like that was the only reason why I survived. You know, like, sorry, faith-based aside, you know, I think that had that not happened, you know, I don't think I'd be here today. You know, you guys would have never known who I was.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the last time I was with him, the last time him and another guy, which I'm not going to mention his name, I'm just going to, you know, let him, you know, make him still, you know, keep his anonymity safe. The last time we were together, it did not end well. He did not treat us nicely. He was a rather, you know, just, I don't know, like I said, it just, I don't know how to say it. He's just straight up, just a dick. You know, literally, like the last live stream that I did with him, it was the first and it was the very last live stream that I did with him in person. Literally mid live stream, he gets up, he storms off. No reason, just storms off, gets pissed, and he storms off.
See, I don't even
nothing, you know, it's like, wow, like, really, dude, you're gonna do this on camera?
I don't even know who you're talking about, but you know, this is why I say, you know, even if it's online, you got the opportunity to dip in, dip out, and leave. You know,
yeah,
and even, you know, better off now than post any sort of big event and stuff like this. And
yeah, part of my reason why I moved down here is so that way I could be closer to him and another person. You know, for when crap hits the fan. But it's like, he's one of those people, like, dude, you know, shit hits the fan, I do not want him in my group. I do not want him anywhere near me.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, he rallied everybody, you know, for me, you know, say mass prayers while I was in the hospital and when I almost died from the Sniffles 19 virus.
Yeah.
But I don't like that. I don't trust him. I don't.
Well, I'll touch on Gil's thing real quick. He blocked me.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay, we're done.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
That's it.
I'm kind of a dick too, because if I hear bullshit, I'll call you out on it. Man, you're wrong, dude. Especially the fear porn. Because fear porn sells if you want to grow your channel.
Yeah.
Tools don't grow your channel. You know, methods and don't grow your channel, but fear porn does.
Yeah.
And then exactly. I called him out on it, and he blocked me. Yeah.
I said it before and I say it again. I don't like fear porn.
No, I hate it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
if you don't buy my survival bag, you're
Yeah.
gonna die when the crap hit
Yeah.
the shit hits the
Yeah.
fan. You know.
See,
By the way,
see my website. Yeah.
Yeah.
you
Shut
can
up.
buy the book, T-shirt, video, subscribe, like. Don't forget to contribute.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tell your friends and family members.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. And likewise, if you just join a community and all of a sudden they go along the same sort of lines, then alarm bells should start to be ringing there as well. Say, okay, start. You don't necessarily have to say it, but just retract yourself and
Yeah.
engage less. Lack of engagement.
Did you
Best.
see? Hey, Bob, did you see Hondo's comment there? Shadow's got up on the screen.
Grow your channel. Yeah. I only have one video like that on my channel when I was back in the Philippines, and my good-looking niece was strutting around in the kitchen, and I said, send me $500 on my PayPal, and I'll give you guys her contact information. And she's standing there going like this. That's the only time I've ever done anything like that.
It's funny going back to the Cold War when civil defense was a big thing.
I agree with you, Vanessa.
What did she say?
Yeah, it goes a long way towards truthfulness. Yeah, truth.
Yeah.
Back in the Cold War.
Yeah, it's back in the Cold War when countries were distributing their sort of civil defense pamphlets and booklets and information out. I only know this. I just recently got this book. It's called Apocalypse Ready, and it's got a collection from around the world, various what leaflets were distributed to what countries, all the way from Japan, Russia, South America, and all this sort of stuff during the Cold War in the event of invasion, attack, nuclear war, and this sort of stuff, natural disasters. And looking at it, most Western countries seem to focus all their information on the individual or the family unit. So, for instance, in Britain, in case of attack, you build this shelter and all this sort of stuff, and post-attack, nuclear attack, you start doing X, Y, and Z. And when you look at the Russian sort of pamphlets, they're all a lot more community-based, all the information that they distributed. It was a case of, the community comes together and fights the fire. The community comes together and does this and rebuilds and starts the farming process off again. It's quite a strange...
I mean, it kind of makes sense, though, because they were communists and,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's quite a strange sort of differentiation of mindsets, how the government sort of distributed information. Probably... Yeah, it's probably not.
Like I said, I'm not necessarily saying, they're communists. I'm trying to disregard because they're communists, but it's just like it makes sense to me because they're kind of coming at from like almost like a state or semi-state level.
It could be down to value of things as well.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. Difficult. I mean, because traveling around a bit, I've noticed the poorer a village or country or city is, the more they're willing to give up things and give you things and welcome you in. The less welcoming people I've seen has been in more developed countries.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, I've been in West Africa, and the people who invite you into their mud hut, and with their offering their shirt off their backs here, or their last bits of food here, and all this sort of stuff. And it's a completely different sort of way of life. It's a bit strange, really.
Vanessa, my dad's a desert war veteran. He was in the Air Force, when Desert Storm was first going down.
All right.
I was just trying to respond to her comment because she, put down.
What was he doing?
Slipper Pickle.
He was communications with the Air Force. He was actually not stationed in Iraq, but he came real close to getting stationed. He's still technically a Desert Storm vet because he was doing a support role from Soesterberg Air Force Base out of Netherlands, and they're the late 1980s, early 1990s, right before the base's closure in 1994.
I was in Central America when Gulf War I kicked off. And when I come back to UK, we were guarding the main stores in England, which was very disappointing. Because our primary role was in the unit I was in was home defense as opposed to the desert rats and all this sort of stuff.
I mean, it's probably a blessing and a curse kind of rolled into one, blessing that, you weren't on the front lines, but, I don't know, it could be a curse because I never got a chance to prove myself to myself,
Yeah. Same scenario in every sort of deployment, that sort of thing.
Same with me in the Air Force, 84 to 88. Did you go to war? No. And you know what? As I get older, I thank God I didn't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, even though my career got, cut untimely short because of chemical exposure, I never got to see any action either. The crazy part was there were some submariners that had emotional scars from what happened in Libya in 2012 when the two submarines, I think it was the USS Providence and one of the Ohio class submarines, they launched something like 150 Tomahawk cruise missiles on the Libya, and evidently it affected one of those sailors who was really upset by the whole thing. It's like, dude, you're he was a torpedo man's mate. It's like,
get a grip.
I mean, okay, I guess trauma affects at different levels. I mean, you couldn't be any more further removed from this, other than being the guy, stateside watching this unfold on the news. I don't know what to say, man. I guess it could weigh on your conscience after the fact, but I don't know. It's not like, you're going door to door and you're clearing rooms, I could understand that effing with somebody. I could understand that effing with somebody, they had to use a knife and they had to take out their assailant, even if it was completely out of self-defense. I can understand that affecting somebody afterwards, but man, that guy, it's like, dude, like I said, get a grip, man.
Yeah, that's true. If you're in a submarine,
what
these people expect when they join, they
and the crazy part is again, I'm not going to minimize the traumas of war veterans, especially war veterans that, technically, the United States hasn't been to war since World War II because Congress has never officially declared war. But, for the veterans that, were never formally drafted, there's going to be a little bit less sympathy, by and large, because, they volunteered, they signed up,
Yeah.
To an extent, to an extent, you can't, sign up and expect not to ever see conflict if you join the military, even if it is just a support role.
Oh, yeah. Everyone's got their own way of dealing things, etc., and it's like you say, Afghanistan, I was next to when you're there defending and firing bullets, the person next to me was a chef, for instance. I mean, when he joined as a chef, I'm sure he didn't expect to be shooting bullets back. He was expecting to be flipping egg banjos for the rest of his life and flipping burgers in some canteen somewhere on the DFAC.
I'm not sure how the Royal Marines, how they go about things over there. I have to assume that the traditions are very similar between United States, Marine Corps, because our militaries, well, like I said, mainly like the Navy and like I said, U.S. Navy, most of their traditions they strictly inherited from the the Royal Navy. So I have to assume, like I said, a lot of traditions between Royal Marines and U.S. Marines are going to be similar. But like the mindset over here is like, if you're a Marine, you are a fighter first, and then whatever job you were assigned to, whether it was cook or mechanic, that is secondary. So like if the fighting, the gunfighting picks up, you are expected to pick up a rifle and you're going to join into the fray and neutralize the enemy, and then you go back to doing whatever your daytime job was.
Yeah, we got a saying, and it gets drilled into you before you start your trade training. You're a soldier first. Everyone gets trained to the same standard, and then they branch off and go and do their relevant trades.
Okay. All right. I'm just saying, Vanessa, I'm not saying that they're less important. I'm not saying that the ones who volunteer are less important than the ones who were drafted. I'm just saying there is going to be a little bit less expected sympathy, because to a degree you kind of volunteered. You know what? I'm going to say there's probably a little bit more respect. I don't know. I don't know. I guess it could go both ways, because your country called upon you. I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain, I don't know. Maybe I'm hitting a hot button topic. I might be pissing some people off. It's like, oh, so you're minimalizing my service because I volunteered because I wasn't drafted. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, there's probably going to be, to a degree, there might be a little bit less sympathy felt. I don't know. They could go both ways.
Hey, good to see you, brother.
Guardian. Yeah, it's unless people, it's difficult to experience everyone's aspects and views, and you'll never satisfy anyone. So people have got to know what they're getting themselves in for from day one before they sign up to that sort of stuff. But
yeah,
it's like going back to the community thing. They've got to know what they're getting themselves into before they join any community or group, for instance. Not so much group, because that's, like we said before, it's more of an organized thing. But a community, you've got to establish the roles and expectations in that group, and you clearly define what you can offer and what you expect from being part of it. And a big one, I would say, is to know the rules associated with that group and the penalties associated with it. Because if you later on down the line, if law and order is broken down, whose law do you adhere to, and what are the penalties? Which could be someone's opinion, the group's opinion at X, Y, and Z. They could be more severe than quote unquote peacetime. Yeah, it's definitely. Well, like we said, it's definitely got its benefits and it definitely got its pitfalls. But I would say, resource sharing, safety in numbers, division of labour, knowledge base, and the opportunity for training, all that sort of stuff. That's definitely the key benefits. Especially if you're in a more closer proximity area, if you're in a sort of village, etc., etc. And there's still people and communities out there today which rely on each other, for eyes and ears on the ground. That could be the bare minimum side of it. There are lots of people, for instance, neighbourhood watch schemes. A load of people are part of neighbourhood watch schemes, although they can be a bit more devalued, a bit of a waste of time, really, unless everyone really actively contributes and gets involved. But certain areas around the world will rely on some sort of community-based protection.
Vanessa, similar situation as you. I was E3 seaman the second I graduated boot camp, but that was because previous college at associate's degree before I went in. Yeah, I know the jokes, the laughing, and all that. Yeah, I'm sure y'all.
My thing about community, no, leave me out. I don't trust people. I just don't.
Yeah.
leave me out. That's why I'll take care of me and mine. I mean, just how I am.
Like I
Period.
said, it really depends on, like I said, it really depends on the dynamics of the group in question. I don't know. Like I said, I don't have an issue with
Hey,
like there being like,
ZCB, good to see you.
I don't have an issue with there being like smaller groups that like work in tandem with one another when time comes. But they're independently autonomous from one another. You do you. I'm gonna do what I got to do. But if there's a mutual threat that we need to address, or if there's some trading we need to do, we'll do it.
So, hey, by the way, panel, good to see everybody in hearts of the chat. Yeah, I think that it really comes down to being vulnerable when a person trusts somebody, because that's what you're being. And unfortunately, a lot of people get hurt like so many times that it just means that logically, the best thing that you would do and approach any situation is with a bit of hesitance and caution. So trusting people is the first way to get yourself with a knife in your back. I'm sorry, but that's basically the truth. But there's a certain amount of trust that you can give to people that you have a codependence, for example, that type of thing for the most part. But ultimately, it's just a really dangerous thing to do. I stand with you on that, Bob. It's a very dangerous world with a lot of crazy people in it.
I think in my situation, I live in a suburban area on a dead end street. If I joined in with my neighbors, the most I would participate with these people is standing guard duty. That's it. You're not coming into my house.
Yeah.
You're not coming into my house.
Sometimes that's all you need, though. You know what I mean, Bob?
Yeah.
Sometimes that's all you need.
Well, and that's where I was talking about, I would also participate in showing up for the neighborhood meetings, because like I said, I listen to a lot of audiobooks, preparedness audiobooks, again, these are all fictional, prepper scenarios, but like I said, they're not far removed from the truth, but like I said, everything from Civil War to EMP and everything like that. But like I said, the one book in particular, and it's a great book, and like, hell, Bob, I think you should look into, listening to it. I don't know if you listen to audiobooks while you do work or not, but it's called 299 Days. It's about a second Civil War in the United States. It literally takes place in Washington State. Like that's where the book setting takes place. But like the author talks about his neighborhood, having the neighborhood meetings, and the protagonist showing up to these neighborhood meetings because he wants to gather intel to figure out what his neighbors are thinking about doing, so they don't try to do the door-to-door searches, of supplies.
No, it's here on YouTube. Yeah. Okay, I'll look into it. Yeah. Oh yeah, if you want to come search for supplies, you're not coming to my house.
Yeah, no, and that's what I was saying. No, that's exactly what I was saying. Yeah. No, I will not allow that. Like, we're gonna pool everybody's resources together. No, you're not pulling my shit you're not adding my shit to the community pool. This is my stuff. I worked hard for all this stuff. I've forgone going to concerts. I've forgone going to vacations and stuff like that. I sacrificed for this stuff.
I spent all my own money, my own time, and if you're busy getting drunk every day and you're hungry, well, don't look at me. Yeah. Go down to the police department. Yeah, something. Yeah, go to the food pantry. Yeah, go there. If you're freezing to death and you have no way of cooking, that's not my fault.
Yeah.
I can't help you. I just can't.
So I think that within reason as well, I just want to go on and what I'm saying, because I hear what you're saying, and I think that a lot of the time when it comes to these type of discussions, I fight in your corner, Bob. And I think that when it comes to this specifically, and I'm not saying so to blow smoke, you know what I mean? Like, I'm being absolutely genuine when I say it. When it comes across, so this is the ultimate thing about this topic in general, and it's a really great topic to be brought up by Shadow. But to cut to the point directly, I think the best way, if you look at society and how we've evolved, for us to preserve our community and civilization in the best ways that we possibly can, we would have to rely on the wellness and goodness of other people, the good intention of other people too. And I think that from my side, even though it is extremely very difficult to trust people, it really, really is. I hate how vulnerable it makes a person when you do. But if you can grow enough food for enough people, and if you can provide enough security and sustainability for a large community, you are so much better off compared to the one or two people that have smaller groups and that type of thing. Like with the smaller communities, you do put yourself at much greater risk. But strength in numbers in every way, unfortunately, from South Africa, the type of things that we've experienced, we have to band together no matter who we are, where our background's from, no matter what your history is as well. You've got to kind of band together. And in dire situations, we've seen it where, because we've gone through a lot in this country when it comes to there's so many things I could mention, but I don't want to. But there's just been a lot of hardships in this country. And I think that because of those hardships, it's taught us to stand united through thick and thin. And it's that unification that really makes us so much stronger. So yes, I agree, Bob. I really don't like trusting people, but at times we have to, because without trust, there can be no friendship for the most part. You know what I mean? I trust you, Bob. I don't trust a lot of people, but I actually have a trust for Bob. So you would be in my corner kind of thing, just in general. And I mean, Preparedness Veterans, a close friend of mine too. So Shadow. So these are the types of people as well, some of the people in chat as well that I've known for a long time. There would be a certain level of trust further, but I do agree. Mm-hmm. You got to be very careful.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Well,
I agree, definitely.
And where there's no trust, there's no community. But a healthy dose of skepticism is it's valuable,
No, it's got to be. I agree. Yeah, the trusting, etc. is when I look back at say Bosnia and Kosovo, when there's a unifying purpose, a target or a goal that everybody has to stave off, fight off, or meet in order to just survive, that's the unifying thing that brings communities together. But let's say the people in Sarajevo and Gorazda, which I saw, there was a community aim and effort to provide power to various things like the makeshift hospital and stuff like that. There's a community effort to have some sort of defense, observation posts, warning systems in place and stuff like that. And that was, all to prevent themselves from getting attacked and overrun and all this sort of stuff and cleanse, and so to speak. But underlying that unifying sort of effort and principle, the layers underneath were different. There were still rapes, robberies, killings. Yeah. There was still thefts, all sorts of other insidious goings on in amongst that lot, even though the community was banding together in one unifying sort of goal. So be very cautious.
I'll try to. What I'll try to say is, okay, if there's a neighborhood patrol where we're blocking off the road.
Yep.
Okay, I'll participate in that.
Yeah.
But there is a limit to what I will do, and that limit is my family's not going to go hungry while I feed you.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. Yep.
That's the end of it all, right there.
Yeah.
My family will not go hungry because you spent your whole time and money and effort on getting wasted, doing stupid shit. So I'm not going to make my family go hungry. So you can, when it's all over with, you can go back and grab a bottle and get, lay on your couch and watch football.
Yeah.
Hey, Boats.
You will reap your own.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
I agree entirely. Like I said, I agree entirely with what Bob said. And like I said, my charity is not limitless, I don't know. Like I say, it gets to be a bit dangerous to be giving out supplies because one, now people know you got stuff. But some of your neighbors, they'll probably suspect you got stuff from the get go anyway. But I'm just saying, you put yourself in a vulnerable state when you're giving out supplies because now.
Well, yeah, this all leads back to the security aspect of it as well. Beforehand, the last thing you want to do is portray an image of you've got
Power,
X, Y, and Z supplies. Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to put up the title of that book and the author. It's a 10-part book series. It's an excellent book. I've listened to it probably about 3 or 4 times already.
So if you're speaking about books for a moment, if I may, if I can recommend something to you, it's actually a bit of a local book. It's called Dark Nature. And Dark Nature is a book that you might be very interested in just taking a look at. It speaks to how even within the animal kingdom as well, there's it really goes quite deep into like the ethics and morale of humankind and why the animal kingdom is actually something where we can reflect and understand humanity in a deeper way. I'm pretty much like halfway through the book and I'm really loving it at the moment. So it's just something that like, it speaks
Dark Nature. Is that available on audiobook? Because like I said, I don't do a whole lot of reading. I mainly listen to audiobooks in the background as I'm doing things like driving.
Yeah, not a problem. I'll send a link in the private chat for you as well, so you can check it out.
Yeah, I pulled up my audiobook app. I'm gonna see if it's actually available. So you said it's Dark Nature, right?
Yes, Dark Nature.
And I see an understanding. It says I see books called "Understanding the Dark Side of Human Nature" by Professor Daniel Breyer. I don't know if that's the same book.
The one I'm referring to is by Lyle Watson.
Okay.
So just Lyall Watson.
Are you putting this on private chat or are you putting this on the general chat?
I'll just give an overview link in the PPT.
Okay. Okay. Looks good.
So keep well dinner. It's quite interesting when you look at like how people are. So yeah, just I think in those situations, for the most part, it would be really helpful to observe and identify the way that groups are communicating with other people as well, just to understand kind of what their intentions are as well. You can have people actually watching, like in a SHTF kind of scenario as well. If you see like people, stragglers and stuff too, speaking about community, you can absolutely like just see how people react to when they come across other people and what they do and how they treat them. It gives you a good indication of what that group and what the intention is of those people. And there's many ways to just make sure that, that you're that you're like keeping out of sight at all times.
Yeah, you don't have to. A group doesn't have to necessarily mean a physical group either. You could be part of a ham radio group where you get together on the airwaves every once a night, once a week, or whatever as well to share information. So, it doesn't have to be a physical group activity or community to get some sort of benefit out of it as well.
Yes, of course. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
I agree with that.
Information is like we said before, is going to be a key aspect of getting to know what's happened and how things are going, any rebuild, how many's affected, etc., etc. So it's all contributes to the bigger picture, and if you can make yourself and your situation better, then all well and good. Yeah. Problem with any group activity is everybody pitching in at the same level, everybody pitching in with the same sort of contribution, as opposed to one person doing all the work, 3 watching, like we see a lot of the council workers doing. situations like that, you know, there's nothing worse than someone doing all the work and then disgruntlement sets in, or you know, if you're in a rota situation where you've got you for 1 or 2 nights, even you're relying on people to take over from other people to keep watch or man the roadblock or whatever it is to warn off crowds or whatever, then there's nothing worse.
Magic Acres, is that Chef Tech's secondary channel, or?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it's his main channel.
I think a big thing that springs to mind immediately when someone mentions the word community is in a sort of defense or attack situation. If you're living in buildings which are separated by even a couple of 100 meters, then you would have thought the mutual assistance from other households or homesteads or whatever to come to your aid if you were attacked.
Yeah.
Or if you raise the alarm, for instance, someone else is going to respond, and that could be a common agreement. You know, so communities may not be a get together every whatever it is, however regular it's going to be. It could be a call to arms or a call to meet for certain situations, or an early warning system as well.
Yeah. See, I guess, all right, in an ideal situation where resources weren't an issue, you know, like I should say financial resources weren't an issue, and I was able to get the ideal prepper homestead, you know, retreat put together, I would get it set up so that way I can keep the families all together as one unit. I can keep the bachelors all together as one unit, and the bachelorettes together as one unit, and have spaces set up for future families. Because, you know, eventually the bachelors and bachelorettes are probably going to get together and be like, okay, I want to be a husband and wife. Because I don't want to be separating, you know, groups. That's the issue that I find with some of these groups, and mainly the ones that kind of start going down the cult route. They like to, hell, even some of the communist, you know, commissar type groups, they start to separate everybody, and that's where things start to deteriorate. You know, you start breaking down the family units. It's like, I'm not okay with that. I'm really not. You know, just personally, it goes against my moral compass. You know.
Yeah, you broke off. I think groups are more of a structured thing. Communities are more loosely based. It's like I mean, over here we're seeing more and more people looking out for each other in terms of security. So, you know, if a neighbor says, if anything happens, you know, we'll give you the warning sort of sign, or listen out for my alarm, or whatever, or street patrols. There's various areas in UK, for instance, now which are adopting their own street patrols, which are, you know, a good example of some sort of community getting together and making sure their situation is better because they don't trust that the police are going to turn up in time or even do anything when they do. So the only problem with that is someone's got to organize it.
Yeah.
And you've got to have reliability of the contributors, you know. And if there isn't reliability, if you know that, you know, someone's going to turn up maybe every couple of days or whatever, or, you know, there's a regular person who always turns up and contributes fine. But if there's any sort of doubt in there, then, you know, if you want to iron that out quite quick. But someone has got to, there's got to be some sort of agreement as to who's going to sort of use the word take charge or organize things. But then you're into a hierarchical sort of chain of command then, which I don't think is very good for a group. It's got to be a decision by the group members, you know.
Yeah.
Can get quite complex, and that sort of thing starts to happen.
Yeah. See, I think to a degree, if everyone has skin in the game, there is a vested interest for, you know, the group as a whole surviving.
Yeah.
My issue is, like I said, I'm not going to allow people to come in and inventory my crap, you know, and be like, we're going to all your resources. No, that's not happening. That's my stuff.
That's a step too far. That's
Yeah,
crossing
yeah,
the personal line. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I'm willing to, like I said, I'm willing to do some sacrifices. Hell, I'm willing to do a little bit of charity here and there to a degree. And I'm willing to contribute to general labor like wood detail and standing watch. But I'm not going to put myself in a situation to now I'm cold. Now I'm starving. Now I'm going thirsty,
Yeah. It's got to be towards the common good and the common goal. And if you don't work,
I don't know. I really do not like that terminology "common good" because it gets so perverse. It gets so, I don't know. People misuse that.
What I mean is, what I'm thinking of is if you've got outlying, I don't know, homes, farms, or whatever it is, and you're struggling. Each person in, each individual farm or homestead or whatever it is struggling to make things work. You could probably make it work if you work together as a community in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, I know what you mean. The common goal thing, it suggests resources, and then you're talking about a fight for resources then, because as long as the resources aren't a problem, everything's okay. When resources get a bit limited, that's when things start to fracture, I think.
And sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, you're going to always have people coming from different socioeconomic backgrounds that are only going to be able to contribute so much towards the group and for themselves. And so naturally people are going to, some people in those group situations are going to run out of supplies quicker than others.
Well, I was indicating more at the not the individual level, as if there's a worldwide famine, for instance, the resources in the supply chain are limited. Then, not on the personal level, But anyway,
here's something that I've run into time and time again throughout my life. Okay, we're all here for the same common goal. Okay, you dig ditches, you move the dirt away from the ditches, you make lunch for everyone. Okay, after a while, I'm the only guy out there with the shovel and everybody else is gone.
Yes,
that's happened. Do you understand the scenario? That has happened to me again and again. I will make a commitment and I will stick with it. But I haven't found anyone else.
I can't do it all on my own. I'm only one guy.
And as soon as you quit, I quit. I'm done. Because I'm not going to stand here and dig a ditch to protect you and yours while you're out malingering. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to be taken advantage of, and I've done that in different scenarios through my whole life. And that's the common that I found in my whole life. I'm the guy who's getting stuck doing everything, and you benefit from it. While you're all there, jerking off and drinking beer and doing whatever, trying to get your hands on your life.
And it goes back to what I said earlier, Bob. Like I said, my charity is not limitless, and like I said, when I say my charity, that's not just talking about physical resources. It includes my energy and my skills.
Yeah.
Guardian was going to say something, but I was interrupting him.
Yeah.
Sorry, but
go ahead, Bob. I promise you I can hold my thoughts. No problem.
Okay, just a second. That's been my whole experience, my whole life. I will stay to my commitment, but the other people around me who make the same commitment will wash it, and it happen again and again and again. That's why joining a group here online of preppers. No, you go over there. I'm focusing on what I'm doing right now. This is firewood to make sure we can cook. You get hot food and stay warm. You get hot water. While the other people go over there and do your jerk off stuff. That's my attitude. My attitude is negative to groups because of past experience. You get it?
I think that it's going to be quite contrast to what you're saying, but I believe personally that actually makes you an extremely important asset to a larger group, is having that mentality, because You're not the people who want to be in groups for the group's sake are not the people that you want in your group anyway. And I'm being sincere when I say that. Like, I understand that, Bob, and I'm not just trying to blow smoke and stuff as well. Because what I'll say is that 100% so when it comes to rebuilding society and the ideology that we can make it better. We can absolutely build like an amazing society, and we can learn from the things that the wrong paths that we've gone down. We all understand that compassion, kindness, and justice are things that need to be upheld. And as long as you're upholding those things, and not anybody's personalized justice either, like I understand what you're saying as well, Dior, when you speak about the misuse of common good. I get that as well. But I think that from the most part, like you'll also agree when it comes to the idea of having a society that we can rebuild, that we can provide ourselves security, shelter, the ability to have luxury as well over time, and not just cover the fundamental requirements for survival as well, but to make sure that we have like the ability to thrive and to live in a much better condition, to have things like doctors and dentists, and to have equestrian facilities as well, where we have people, and we're veterinarians as well, where we have people looking after our animals as well, and things that are really beneficial, that we have comforts in our modern society that we would forego very quickly unless we were able to bring up a society and a structure that was codependent, and that we learned to enlarge that over time and rebuild society. I think rebuilding it in a better way, because we've really, I think in a lot of ways, society globally has absolutely lost their way when it comes to a lot of things. Our lives have, and I don't mean to be on a soapbox, but I'm being sincere when I think that our lives have somehow, we've lost like track of the things that used to really matter, that made things happier. We lost track of the things that, like our connectivity to nature, and to really have genuine compassion and kindness for each other. Everybody's shit scared of one another. Everybody's so petrified of people and trusting others. And it's not anybody specifically. Everybody feels that way because society's kind of made us feel in a way underneath a blanket that we must be cautious. We can't trust others. If I was sitting at the top and I wanted to hold control, that is exactly what I would tell everybody else to do. I would make sure that everybody's separated from one another, that they don't want to engage with one another, not even their own neighbors, that they stay out of society and basically put up these faked imaged lives that just make everybody else's lives feel worse. Like we can learn from this and be better. We can literally have a better world where we like build it up from the ground up, and we all know these things too. We're smart enough. Human beings are.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. Is like said, there's no issue with having smaller groups acting in Congress with one another. And that's goes back to what I was saying. In an ideal situation, if I had my dream prepper retreat set up, one of the things I would never do, I would set it up so that all the families had their own spaces, because like I said, it's always been my observation, even in these mags, especially ones that get kind of cultish, they like to separate everybody. They like to break them all up. And it's like, well, shoot, it's no different than the way the communist commissars did it, or the way the Nazis did it in the concentration camps. They broke them up. They broke all the family units up.
Yeah.
100% so. I think having people have their own private, where they can be in a community where they can have their own private space, where they can feel like it's theirs, because people do have a requirement to have things. It's impossible to view that everybody's stuff is everybody's, because as soon as you start doing that, like, what is the purpose of anybody working harder for the things that they feel that they have right of ownership to? If you take that away from people, they've got no like sense of self-value either, because then nothing that they have is worth aspiring to. They can't, if they feel like building a boat or like a ship for like a couple of people as well, to be able to go out into the water, to be able to do fishing as well, and they're literally willing to put in the energy and effort to do something such as that project, then absolutely the sense of ownership should be that person is their belonging. So like when it comes to even something as simple as that, like across the board, absolutely people should have their own right of ownership, 100% for their properties. But it's like, when it comes to the common goal and having a place where you can have those properties combined and have a protectorate around the outside and have it well defended, that's where you can start benefiting in a SHTF long term. Because maybe unfortunately I think about this type of thing way too often, and this is the only time of the week where I can actually delve into these topics with you guys, because generally I don't speak about prepping my day-to-day lives, I can't really do so. So
Yeah.
I'm excited to share these thoughts, and I appreciate you guys' thoughts on these as well on this topic.
There's a definite difference between a group which is more structured and tied into and hierarchical than a community. I mean, we all live in a community now. Whether you like it or not, your town or village is a community, etc., etc. And how involved you get into that is a different story. How personal you want to keep it is a different story. A good example, I suppose, what I'm thinking about is there's been various incidents throughout the years in Britain where a village has been cut off from the rest of the world, and effectively because the only transport route to that village has been over a bridge, and the bridge has been taken out by a river that's swollen up. So the community had come together to organise, say, alternate transport to go massively out of its way, or to help rebuild the bridge, or stuff like this. That's that sort of common goal. But on a personal level, I would steer clear of things structured with some sort of organization or control. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's another audiobook that I listened to, and I've listened to it probably about 4 or 5 times as well. And like I said, I know this guy's been given crap because of his writing style, and a lot of people don't like him. But James Wesley Rawls, he had this book called Patriots. And in that book, the scenario, they actually had 2 different survivalist groups that met up. Initially, the one group was trying to absorb the smaller group into their fold. It's like, no, we want to remain separate. We want to remain autonomous because we won't have the same power. The power dynamics won't be there. And, it's like, essentially, it's like, we will remain separate, but we will team up and, like I said, align each other and, do mutual beneficial, activities,
Well,
security and such.
Yeah, like the best way to do so is always to mimic and replicate the most successful group that has done exactly that within society. So how like if you look back into history, which society and which civilization has done that the most effectively, and you mimic that. So like I don't understand why people don't do this globally either, like where we use the best that we've come across as humanity and we move forward with those elements. Like it doesn't make sense. So if you look back into different societies, certain societies were far superior when it came to being able to work as a group successfully, where they started to have, and that's where democracy came from, is from Rome, where we had that is the most successful for an extremely long time. So if we lived a little bit more like that, I think we could really go very far. And I don't mean to preach Rome too much, but yeah. I'm just saying they did it right for a really long time. We can also look where they fell off, and we, anybody that understands how Rome fell technically would understand where you don't go. And that's where it comes to the cultiness, where it comes to removing of the privacy from families as well, where it comes to the emphasis on sexuality, when over sexuality, and that's something that where Rome really did.
The perverseness of everything.
Yes, absolutely. And as long as you abstain from that and you have things that's why I say a just, kind, compassionate way, which doesn't align with
leaders like Caligula that added to, like I said, to the fall of Rome.
Yes, dude, absolutely. That's the way that we could run things in a lot better of a way. And just my personal belief about it.
Sadly, though, like I said, the U.S., there are a lot of things that's happening right now in the U.S., and I hope to God some of the stuff gets reversed, but we're starting to look like Rome, as far as, the fall of Rome.
I think society peaked years ago. We're on the downward decline now. We're leading ourselves into the trough at the moment. We peaked as a society and the world years ago, I think. Morally, definitely.
Let's hope it works in waves. Let's hope it goes up and down. Let's hope that there's another wave where it goes upwards in terms of our societies.
Yeah.
the problem is, well, with a community or a society or country, is that the more advanced technology on a technological level, or in other means as well, that means sooner or later that society will collapse sooner or later.
Yeah, the harder the fall.
Because it's so the more technological advanced you get, the more vulnerable the society will be. So sooner or later it will collapse because you can't hold it up, because it takes too much resources to maintain it. So
And I'll springboard off of what Steve just said. The harder the fall, that's a fact, because the people who've never been abroad have not seen how the rest of the world lives. And U.S. and Canada, we've got really good. We've got life easy here, man. And if you take all that away from millions and millions of people, oh baby, you're going to have a box of Kleenex to dry the tears for the next 5 years.
Yeah, that's putting it mildly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm just gonna springboard off of what Shadow said. Yeah, and the more advanced it gets, like I said, more vulnerable we become. But also, like I said, the gluttony starts to, like I said, you start to get more gluttony as more technology comes online, and the availability to access, and extract resources a lot more easily with less input. Like I said, there's going to be gluttony, and like I said, that to a degree also, and like I said, I don't want to sound like some freaking hippy dippy, dipshit, because like I said, I'm just some guy on the internet, okay? But we start to become more removed from nature, at some point in time too.
That's the truth. It's not hippie at all. It's just genuinely the truth. Like, the connection is there. Scientific evidence points 100% to us losing our connection and how bad it is for society. Look at cities where there's no greenery at all. Sorry, preparedness veteran, go ahead.
I was just saying, it's I wouldn't say it's the technological side. It's down to the monkey brain human and his
attitude. Survival, good to see you, brother.
Hey. His attitude and greed and other emotional ineptness, which brings society down. Everything from corruption to love, greed, etc., etc. I think that's the main cause of things. Because we have the potential you take all that out of the equation. We've got the potential to escalate, the progression of society vastly beyond what we're doing now.
Yeah, here's a concern for me and mine in my area, my direct area on the dead end street that I live on. Okay. There's one family on this block that are into preparedness. I found that out by talking to them, because they're prepared for a tsunami, because we're within reach of a tsunami.
Yeah, the I-5 corridor.
Right, Steve. Yeah, and that one family, okay, the guy next to them, he's that sissy guy that just recently discovered that crime is in the area, and oh no, I might have to get a gun, but I'll run to the neighbors for help. So, what I'm trying to say is, if something goes sideways here and we all have to stay put right where we're at, I haven't got a lot of backup. I think the Native American lady and her husband across the street would be okay. Same with the Korean and the white guy over here. But these people have all known each other for over 20 years. We're newcomers. And what concerns me is the backstabbing when we're not present.
Right.
Yeah. Well, it was like I was saying, like some of these groups, and like I said, it's not limited to just the mags I was discussing, but like I said, some of these groups, some of these people, you don't want to behind closed doors, man. They're just bad people. I don't know. There's no other way to describe it. They're just, like I said, you know who Wes S is, right?
I do.
That guy's like I already said. I hate doing this because, like I said, it is kind of cowardly of me. But like straight up, he was a dickhead to me. Like he was a dickhead to me. The last time I haven't been to his place, I haven't visited with him. I haven't been to his place in like 2 years. Like the last live stream I did, it was the first and only live stream that I did in person with him and another guy. And like I said, midstream. Like I said, this just tip of the iceberg. But like I said, midstream, he freaking stormed off, got out. Wasn't even communicating with us. He's just being just a plain prick. And like I want nothing to do with him. Like I don't know. Like I said, I have to hold him at arm's length because, like I said, it's a complicated situation. I'm not gonna go and re-describe what I just got done talking about, but like I said, it's a complicated situation. Like I said, for the most part, I'm just limiting my contact with him. I don't trust him.
Yeah, imagine what those. Yeah, that's a good point. What are these people? And I'm talking about my neighbors, direct neighbors, who I might have to count on. What are they like behind closed doors? These guys have all known each other for over 20-something years. They raised their kids together, and we're newcomers. So guess who's going to be on the shitty end? It's going to be me and my wife.
I've heard examples of that in the outer lying islands of Scotland, where no matter how long you've lived there, and some people have lived there 50, 60 years plus, right? No matter how long you've lived there, you're never an islander unless you were born there. And they've got their own little subgroup of, people who are born there. Like I say, it makes you wonder if anything was to happen, how far will the acceptance go then?
Yeah, like I heard something like those Scots, like the true, like born and raised Scots, they are very tribalistic. Like I've heard all kinds of stories where somebody who, was an outsider who moved in, had lived in the community for like over 30 years, still being treated, still being viewed as an outsider. Didn't matter that he married into a Scottish family, he was still being treated as an outsider and never given any respect.
This is all over Britain, Britain, no matter where it is in Britain. Scotland, I mean, the islands are a classic example because you weren't born there, but all over Britain, you can subdivide, go right down, and there's always, you're always part of. You're never part of the group, if you see what I mean. It's like, yeah, I'm British. Where about in Britain? England. Oh, England. Well, you're not Welsh then. You're not Scottish. Whereabouts in England? I'm from the east. Oh, you're not from down south then. And
you're just a damn Brummie. I overheard the British talking when I've been there. That damn Brummie.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you're from the same country. Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. So you've got the no matter where you're from, you're always something different. So you got the Brummies from Birmingham, the Scousers from Liverpool,
right?
The Welsh, they're called something different, and all this sort of stuff. Yeah.
It's like if Bob and I were to go over to England right now, we'd be called Yanks, and it's like,
Yanks.
I mean,
and you're still not one of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thing is, at the moment, sorry, Bob.
Go ahead.
At the moment, there's that many. Society has been diluted so much at the moment here that I don't think anyone cares anymore until it comes down to the real crux of things, any sort of event.
Yeah, that's something that I'm going to have to deal with when wife and I go overseas and live there. And I've experienced it. I've been through it, and I know what to expect, which is in my favor because I'm not a Filipino. I've been going back and forth from that country for over 20 years, but I'm still not now, and I never will be a Filipino. That's something that I've had to deal with. I'm treated differently no matter where I go, especially if I'm alone.
Right. Yeah.
I've learned how to deal with it. You know.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's I know some Pakistani guys, and they're not accepted in Pakistan. They're called the white man, and over here, people regard them as foreigners. Some
Yeah.
people, so it's that sort of thing. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. It go back to my own block that I live on. Yeah, that's something that the wife and I will have to be careful of, because my wife is a foreigner, and she will always be a foreigner in the eyes of a narrow-minded idiot. Do you understand?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, my block is mixed race. It's American Indian, Korean, Filipino, Pakistan, or Indians, and on and on. But there are narrow-minded idiots who will give you problems. They will, when something goes wrong, and they will let you down when you need them. You know.
It's almost as if it's a ticket for people to do what they like because they think law has gone out the window.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah, mistake right there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, no.
don't ever assume the law is gone. Don't
Yeah,
assume
they always
that the
catch up
laws
with
doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yep. But it could erupt into a very difficult situation, or even into violence, if they think they can get away with something.
Oh, right. Yeah, yeah. I mean, we had a lot of riots in the summer, and people saw it as an opportunity to vent their anger and just do what they like, basically. And it's still people still getting arrested now and getting sent to jail for doing various activities.
Yeah,
You know,
it
so
takes
they
time.
yeah, still catching up with them, video evidence, etc., etc.
Yeah. They're still arresting people from the 2020 riots in Seattle. They're still arresting people because the police left lipstick cameras and surveillance equipment behind when they pulled out of these different
Remember,
blocks.
you're talking about that in your
That's
your
right.
live stream. Yeah, I started watching the replay. You said some of that was from it left surveillance equipment in the Chaz.
Chaz and Chop and all that.
What would you mean by lipstick camera? What's that?
They're tiny cameras that law enforcement has a lot of them. They're very, dude. Okay. Here's my experience with them. Is I knew a guy who did a security work for Walmart, and he would go out on graveyard shift, and he would set up tiny cameras to watch the employees, because the employees were stealing more equipment than the public was out of Walmart. These cameras were about the size of a coin. They're called lipstick cameras.
Right.
It's a tiny lens with a little square chip on the back, and that's all you need, and then a power source going to it. And he had a low voltage wire license, so he'd go hook up like a doorbell wires to it and place them all over Walmart to watch the employees. But that's what the Seattle police were doing. It may look like somebody's setting up a tree trimming service. It's not a tree trimmer. Those are police officers. Yeah.
Is a good point, Hugo?
But I saw
there. Go on, Bob. Sorry.
I saw. Okay, there was a lady who lived next to us. She was part of a fencing operation for stolen goods. A single mom with a little boy. I feel sorry for that little boy, but she got arrested once for transferring stolen goods. So they let her out on bail. And while she was gone in bail, I saw a couple of guys go into her apartment, plain clothes, and they come out of her apartment. And I was watching them. I didn't let them know that I'm looking at you. What are you guys doing in her apartment? Oh, it's all right. Nothing to worry about. She continued her fencing operation. A few days later, they came and picked her up because they had her on camera. They put little tiny cameras inside of her apartment and got her. So don't ever think that you're free to do whatever you want to do. Don't ever think that. If somebody says, well, these are the outsiders, we're going to go steal all their stuff, man, you better get the hell out of there. I don't know where I was going with this, but
yeah. Hey, Bob, you see the highlighted
you're
comment
under surveillance all the time.
You see the highlighted comment on the screen right there. That's for you.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Yeah.
A good example of community contribution, if you like. If there's a tree blocking the road and it's a grievance to everyone, it starts to disrupt things. Then someone comes out with a chainsaw and uses it, I suppose, because no one else has been bothered to buy one.
That's happened here too. Here too. Yeah, I've done that. When after big winter gales come through, back when I was a younger man, go out there with my chainsaw and cut the branches and throw them off the road, clear the road.
Yeah,
I've done that.
Good bits of kit, but absolutely lethal, dangerous. So if anyone's wondering how to use a chainsaw, get some training. Definitely, one false move and you kill yourself.
Yeah, it don't take much to sever a femoral artery with a chainsaw.
Even simple, like the amount of people I see sawing things or working with saws, and they're not wearing any eye protection whatsoever.
Yeah, that's something that
You should always have eye protection if you use a chainsaw.
Yeah, you got these old sweats with no
I don't care if I'm drilling holes through a piece of wood or if I'm cutting something. If there is a potential of debris flying, I'm wearing safety glasses.
Yeah, definitely. Safety glasses, hearing protection, gloves.
I know that there's been many times that the YouTubers will have a get-together weekend, a preppers get-together weekend. I have never attended one of those. Never.
It's not, it's not to say that I won't attend one of those because I would like to get some knowledge. It's just I just don't have the time and I don't have the money to be doing that. I have to schedule time off with my job.
Yeah,
the thing is something like that.
Yeah,
depends what type of knowledge you're after, because you're probably better off getting the bespoke line of knowledge or course or person to speak to rather than going to a prepper orientated one where it's a bit more loose.
Well, for some of it, I wouldn't mind meeting some of these people face to face and rub shoulders. You know what I mean? Rub elbows, but like, and like I said, gain some knowledge, because like I said, we were talking about, pulling resources, but not just pulling resources, but pulling knowledge, because, you can network with some of these people. Like, well, now I know who you are. I kind of know what you're about. Hey, let me pick your brain. I want to, know some of the stuff,
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, I've offered, it's a couple of preppers I know who I've offered them to come to a location, and I'll teach them various things. But for some people, it's time, distance, money.
BC Gerbs, good to see you, brother.
Someone. BC Gerbs, how you doing? BC, Canada.
Yep.
Yeah, British Columbia. He's Canadian.
Yep.
He's a Canuck. Hey, speaking of Canucks, where the hell is CR and where the hell is Thor?
Thor was here earlier in the comments.
CR will not pop up today. I got a message from him.
Oh, okay. So he's trying to avoid getting fired today by Bob.
Just message him back, will you please, and tell him that's strike 3. You're fired from Bob.
I can fix that after the stream.
Okay.
Talking about communities, there's a couple of villages who thought it'd be a radical idea to establish a community garden in the town, and this was up the north of England. And so they had these. The council endorsed it. Crack on. So they had these where you had the council sort of flowers and bit of greenery here and there. They let these people plant edible plants, so anyone could just go along and take what they wanted and sort of thing. But within like a year, people were just taking literally what they wanted, and there was nothing left, and it just turned into a complete washout.
Yeah, I saw that in the city of Tacoma also. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Greed.
By the end of the summer, it was nothing but a bunch of straggly standing weeds.
Yeah.
No one maintained it. The food that did grow was taken by people that didn't plant it, and it just went. That's once again where I go back to this. I've seen this before. Okay, I've got my shovel. I'm ready to go dig and be part of the community. And next thing you know, I'm doing it all by myself. That happens again and
Yeah.
again.
Well, some of that stuff was actually brought up in some of the books, like some of the audio books I listened to. Another audiobook series I like listening to, it's called Going Home by Angry American. And like I said, in later books, when they start bringing up the community farms and stuff like that, that's where some of those issues start making themselves known. But actually, some of those issues actually did turn up in the 299 Days book series. Like I said, for Bob especially, like I said, I'd recommend you listen to that 299 Days. Like I said, excellent book series.
Okay.
Excellent book series, like really good. Like I said, I think it's pretty close to your, up your alley, especially given the fact that you live in Washington State right now, like I said, because it takes place in Washington State. Great book.
Yeah, but I strongly urge anybody to spend at least an hour a day on getting some food, water, medicine put away, lighting, heating, a way to stay dry, a way to stay warm, a way to cook. Just I urge anyone out there listening, put away a little bit of food and water to begin with. But there was that show that prepper show TV thing. Why did they have to focus in on the most the most ridiculous people? I'm building a castle in the mountain.
Oh yeah.
And it made it all look like idiots.
Doomsday preppers.
Doomsday preppers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's all about views and making the extremes.
Yes.
Well, and the problem, like I said, if it didn't look ridiculous or anything like that, it wouldn't have got the views, wouldn't have got the ratings that it did. And I heard something along the lines that many of those people that were on that show, a lot of them, they were just like, there were some real nut jobs. Don't get me wrong, there were some real nut jobs. Some of them, they were just regular people. It's like, well, we're trying to be prepared for just about anything. Well, you got to choose one thing. It's like, all right, fine. I'll choose this one thing.
We heard that as well. We heard that that what they're basically doing is they're making it so that if you had anything to kind of say on Doomsday Preppers and you were basically chatting about something, then what they'd do is they'd force you to pick a topic, like are you preparing for a hurricane, or are you preparing for military action, or anything like that. So then it was just pretty much pointless.
The other side,
I agree with that.
Maybe they wanted it to look like absolutely ridiculous.
I think you're right, Miss. I think you're right. Mm-hmm.
Never agree to any TV or anything like that. It's just you got no control over the editing, and they can manipulate it to depict whatever they want to depict.
Video clip, audio clipping.
It's like some of these ufology groups and stuff like this, there's some serious ufologists out there, and if they tag along with them, they make them out to be, conspiracy theorists, complete kooks, and all this sort of stuff.
Mentally ill.
Same with preppers. Because at the basic level, I mean, it's quite simple, isn't it? And food, water, security, warmth, all this sort of stuff. And they just make it out as if every prepper is just hoarding guns and bullets, and they want to go out to the extremes where they're rolling around the dirt, machine gunning everyone, and all this sort of stuff. Because it's a free ticket.
If you want to go machine gunning everybody, you got to actually be able to own a machine gun. And
oh boy, that stuff, man.
Well, that's they say in Britain where we can have access to many firearms, but a lot it's very restricted, etc. And as soon as anyone hears the word prepper in Britain, that's all they think of: the gun-toting,
probably wearing a gas mask as a fashion statement. Yeah,
exactly. And another classic example is in every, or just about every one of these prepper films or motifs or icons you see, you'll always see the idiotic Russian gas mask respirator type thing. You know, it's they're complete crap.
Oh yeah.
Walking around with no, hand protection or no other PP or detection equipment or decontamination gear, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, no mop suit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had I'm a panel whore today, guys. This is the third panel I've been on today. I'm a whore today. But the second one was, I mentioned, I had a good conversation with the owner of my favorite coffee shop. He's a retired Seattle fireman. And he and I talked among each other a little bit about preparedness, because he and his family are into it, because he's a first responder.
Yeah.
And I mentioned on that panel, I said I would like to be able to get his phone number, and he and I have a sit down in the back of his store, and I bring a pen and paper and take some notes from him, because he and I both learned something from each other in the last brief conversation. We don't have a conversation when there's customers in his store. We stop, because you're going to be misjudged, But when I said that to an Australian friend of mine, he says, "Yeah, Bob, you got to watch out if there's customers in the place. Bound to be one jerk in the coffee shop will call you a bunch of idiots or something." So yeah,
Was that
you're right.
same guy that was in your live stream that was talking about somebody breaking into that property where the shooting took place and they're trying to steal the motorcycles?
Yes. Yeah, Peter, he lives in the outback of Australia. Yeah. Yeah, but what a heartless bunch, huh?
Yeah, well, like I said, the other problem is you'll have guys like, somebody will be spouting off about stuff like that, and you'll have a guy like me who butts into the conversation and adds to it. Yeah. Usually, though, it usually starts with politics. So me, it's like somebody starts talking about, politics, and it's like, oh man, I can't help but get myself involved with that.
Guaranteed to get through a roll up. Politics, religion.
Oh yeah.
No,
Yeah.
but when because usually, a lot of the conservative people, truly conservative people, they don't. Yeah, you got the ones that got flags, American flags and stuff on their vehicles and wear American flag gear, but the truly conservative ones that are just operating under the radar, you don't know they are until you start hearing them talk. It's like, yeah, man, you're right, and it's like, sorry. And then before you know it, then we start talking. That's when some of the survivalist stuff starts coming out, because some of them you find out, oh shit, they're survivalists too.
Yeah.
Yeah, OPSEC definitely.
Definitely.
As we progress down the line of technology and artificial intelligence and the ability for people to manipulate artificial intelligence and use open source intelligence against someone else, you've really got to watch what you do, what you say, even online in a forum like this. What can be used against you later on, 4 or 5 years down the line, is pretty significant, I should say.
Yeah.
That's one of the main reasons why I don't even show my face online. It's just not worth it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not too worried about AI, not so much, but I've been asked on different panels, okay, if something goes down, what are you going to do, Bob? I'm very cautious about how I answer that question. I usually answer it, I don't know, it's situational.
That's actually a good way of going about that. I don't know what situation. That's actually, I mean, it's not completely incorrect either.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of misdirection, but not incorrect.
A little bit, yeah. But I've been asked locally by one lady who overheard our conversation in the coffee shop. She overheard a little bit, and she goes, "I'm going to your house."
No, you're not.
And I said, "Yeah, that's what I said." I said, "No, you're not coming to my house." Because I told her, you have the opportunity right now to put away your own food and water. Don't depend on me, because we won't be home.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the most I say is won't be home, situational, or I will say we're staying right here, and that's pretty close to the truth. We're staying right here in this house. We're not going to go bugging out into the woods, and but that's how I kind of deal with the AI. So try not to let someone set me up. Yeah.
It's up to everyone.
Yeah.
So just a quick thing as well, speaking about communities and the benefits of them as well. Recently, we've got these different phone chat groups and stuff as well for like WhatsApp and that type of thing. Here locally, I think that WhatsApp's more used in other parts of the world, not as much in the US. I know you guys do have access to it, but it's more just something that is more prominent in other places outside of the US. But I think that with the way that WhatsApp works and just having groups and becoming like friends with people that also trade in plants and stuff and trade in different supplies pre-SHTF is a really good thing, and just get to know the type of people that also enjoy growing plants or fishing and just the survival and outdoor stuff as well. Like if you can at all get involved in like hiking groups and community groups like that, you're absolutely like a lot better off just knowing the people around you that do take interest in the outdoors already, that don't have to make it such an adjustment, and people that are also interested in animals. A lot of the time, you'll find that the kindest and nicest people that are usually a lot more trustworthy are within those groups that are like, more. I love Hendo's comment there. Hendo's comment is flawless. Look at that. South Africans are super glued to what. I'm not even lying. I have about, to be realistic, I'd say 20 at the minimum WhatsApp groups for different things. Like if you had to look at my phone at all times, like it's just consistent incoming information and people sharing things, and the neighborhood group, and then the pet group, and then survival groups, like hiking groups and plant groups, chili groups. It's just ridiculous. So touche, Hendo, right on the money there.
Well, my local surveillance and observation of people is the coffee shop, and there's a nice church not far away, and one fellow, he's an armed guard at the church, and they have a men's group. So after the first of the year, I'll go look into going into the men's group in that church and get a little more observation, and maybe there's some other people out there that you can be trusted or can't, to an extent, but I'm very cautious just because of past experiences,
Well, there, Hugo also said learning about group dynamics, meetings, conflict resolution, all be valuable for success in SHTF. So,
yeah,
emotional control and emotional maturity. Welcome back, Dior. Thank you for rejoining. It's always good to have you up with us. So when it comes to that type of thing too, having like emotional, because this is something huge that I don't know if we've really addressed in the stream, but if we're going to speak about community support, right, like in any sort of disaster scenario, people's emotions are all over the place, 100% so. So a lot of the time, even people that are slightly emotionally sensitive to things will be absolutely shattered during, like, dependent on the severity of each of the situations, of course, right? And like that is also something that I'm having to learn to master as well, as I'm like, as we're all aging, we're all learning different things consistently, but it's something where just to be like more relaxed and more calm and in control of your emotions at all time can absolutely help in communities.
Absolutely right. That's anyone out there listening to learning about emotional control, look into Marcus Aurelius. He was a Stoic. Stoicism. Look into that, because that teaches you how to maintain your own composure, and how to also teaches you how to back away from situations that if you're in a situation that you cannot control, get out of there. Or if you understand what I mean, if you're dealing with people that are renegade, get away from them, and don't be afraid to do it. Whether they're male, female, old, or young, doesn't matter. If that's a dangerous person, move away from them. But look into Marcus Aurelius. He's a philosopher from 2,000 years ago. And what he teaches right now from 2,000 years ago holds to be true right now. Yeah.
Marcus Aurelius. That sounds familiar, that name.
Mm-hmm. You can find it on YouTube right here. His teachings are on YouTube. Yeah. I listened to
I
that
thought he
while
was a Roman emperor.
He was. And he ran around. There you go. That's it right there. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Learn from that guy. And yeah, that's where I realized many years ago, you cannot control the actions of other people. You cannot control the thoughts or the actions of other people. Once you get that fundamental thought and plant it deep inside of your head, you're going to be doing pretty good dealing with other people.
Hey, Doriel. Apparently, his reign just before and just after were probably the best and most successful rulers of all time.
Yeah.
In terms of productivity and how their sort of methodology in
Hi, everyone.
the government.
Hey, dear love.
Hey,
Good to
dear
see you,
love.
brother.
Hey.
Welcome to the panel, Doriel. Good to have you here, brother.
Hey, guys.
Sorry about that. I've had issues with my microphone on the other headset, and it didn't want to work. And I was trying to get it to reconnect, and it didn't want to reconnect. And me trying to reconnect it, I managed to kick myself out of the studio not once but twice. So it's like, all right, fine, we're not playing these games. So I just
Okay, Steve, that's strike one. That's it. Strike one.
Oh, strike one because of equipment failure?
Strike one. Guardian, I haven't seen your beautiful bride for some time. It's good to see you again, lady.
Yes.
Mrs. Guardian. Mm-hmm.
If we could get Hoog to come up as well, then we'd have more, balance, and then we could have this more often. No pressure, Hoog. But I'm just saying, because you're somebody that also likes to come up every now and again. That'll definitely be good. So, Hendo also posted a link here. Do you want to also say hi to Bob?
Oh, me? Oh, sorry. Don't put me on the spot like that. Hi. Sorry. Yeah. It's everyone in general.
That's all right. That's all right.
Yeah, he puts me on the spot. And
Sorry,
then I feel all
that
awkward.
that was a bit blunt from my side. I'll be honest with you.
No, it's really cool. Like when you mentioned Marcus Aurelius.
Hey, Grumpy. Good to see you, buddy.
GP got me meditations not too long ago. It was like maybe about 3 months ago. I saw it and I was like, oh, I have to have it. And then he bought it for me. So it's really cool. Like when recent
Learn.
in my life come up.
I will, Bob.
Teaches us so much that he wrote his writings were from 2,000 years ago, and it still holds true today about how to deal with people and conflict. And brilliant, man, brilliant.
I find it amazing how it was like his personal thoughts, and like actually he'd be really like embarrassed that everyone's reading, because it was like his diary. He even wrote it in a different language so that if his people found it, like they wouldn't be able to understand it. So it's really cool to see like how he thought. Like there's so many commonalities like with the average person. Like there was one thing specifically with like wanting to stay in bed in the morning, that like everybody feels that type of thing, it's such a general feeling amongst human beings. So it's really cool. Yeah.
I know one of his quotations, very brief, but it's profound meaning to me, is stop trying to be a good man. Be a good man. Now that's simple, but let that sink in.
None of us are good.
Yeah, stop trying, do it.
None of us are good, sadly. No one is good.
Maybe that's where Yoda got it from. Do or do not, there is no try.
Someone came to Jesus and said, good sir, what do I have to do to inherit eternal life? And Jesus said to him, why do you call me good sir? There's only God is good.
You're sounding a bit muffled there, Daryl.
Yeah, your mic's not clear.
Get the headphones out again.
There you go.
None of us are good. We all fall short. We're all corrupted, or in one way or another, we've all been.
I think if we strive, if we shoot for the moon, we can land in the stars, though, right? When it comes to being like good and stuff. And I think that if we have the right, and it might be, this is completely out of the blue and a bit strange for me to mention, but without having a father growing up, and it's really one of those things that, people that grew up without dads can maybe relate. But what you end up doing is you try to link yourself or gravitate towards things on the exterior when it comes to like older role models within your life as well, who you view more as father figures because you're missing that link. And sometimes, which is going to sound so crazy, but like sometimes, and I know that sounds really silly, but looking up to heroes, even sometimes fictional heroes, like some of your, and I know I'm not saying like the superheroes are always the right way to go and stuff, but there's a lot of good examples. Unfortunately, the media, with movies as well, sure, there's some horrible movies and some great ones. Unfortunately, if you look throughout certain superhero universes, if you try to live up to certain standards, I think that it can be a brilliant thing. And that's why I say maybe it's just not having a dad that's the issue. That I've analyzed this myself personally, but I think that it is good for us to have heroes, and I think that people can be good. Well, but only God is good. I like that Dior survival. I think that's. I hear what you're saying with that too, and I realize that. So people aren't good. We're born, and humanity is completely capable of sin without the rule of law. Watch what people do, and I hear that too. But I am saying that I do believe that there's a large commodity of people that do want the best for people, and that comes out when there's SHTF disaster scenarios where people band together, they help one another, and there's been so many times. Go watch Faith in Humanity or Humanity Restored compilations on YouTube. You can watch hours and hours and hours of just footage of people doing great things.
But don't watch the animal ones, because the animal ones are real shady. These people take animals, put them in really dangerous situations just to rescue them. So don't watch the animal one. Yeah,
but the Faith in Humanity in that is definitely one that's, you can watch so much of it, and it's genuinely, like, sure, some of them are fakes and stuff, but even with the human interaction ones. But for the most part, there's so much good out there as well. Preparedness veteran?
Faith in humanity.
Don't everybody speak all at once.
No. You know what happens is because I've said, like, I've spoken for 2 minutes, and then when I drop off from speaking, then there's like this quiet, and I'm sorry for, like, going on a bit of a tangent there. I apologize. That's why I said preparedness veteran. Come on. Preparedness veteran will sometimes be like...
No, Shadow Scout was saying that CR said he wasn't going to be able to join soon.
I know. I wish he was, though. I miss CR. All right, go ahead, preparedness veteran.
Yeah, I think it's part of a community, especially an SHTF community, whether it's an immediate disaster one or a longer term one. Right. It does have its, it does have its benefits and its pitfalls. People have got to be wary. That's all I would say. Just now, don't get too involved immediately. And if they do want to get involved, then on your own head be it. But take it for what it is. Really, everyone's part of a group. Depends how standoffish you want to be. When it gets down to the personal level, I would start questioning that. You don't want to start letting people into your own sort of space, your own stores, etc., because everything's all right normally when resources are plentiful, but when they aren't, eyes start to get cast in all sorts of different directions, and inquisitiveness gets sought out all over the place. So when we're working towards a common goal, all well and good, but take away that common goal, things change. Another thing that changes is living under a structure of law as well. You take away that structure of law. For some people, it's the ticket to do what you like, air grievances from past or present, and vent anger as well.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, it can be dangerous withdrawing into your own personal space. It can be dangerous in terms of you lose touch as to what's going on in the wider area. So, like I said earlier, being part of a community is not just physical; it can be on the air or on the radio waves, because as we all know, the need for information after anything is going to be critical and key. That's sort of my thoughts on it. Another thought as well is that developments of progression. When I started off, when Shadow started off his talk earlier, I mentioned you go back to the start of the human existence into the Stone Age period. You had the Neanderthals, which were like a hunter-gatherer, basic sort of living lifestyle, basic existence, and you went on to a Neolithic period, which is sort of down to the 10,000 BC era. They were still the hunter-gatherers, and nothing really changed as much as far as communities went until, because they were like roving hunter-gatherers and pretty much nomadic. They were probably seasonally settled down in certain areas, but nothing really changed until you got to the Mesolithic period, which is like the 6,000 to 8,000 BC era. And at that point there, people started to settle down a lot, mainly because of climatic circumstances. We'd just come out of an ice age. But the point is that communities were starting to set up and bond a lot more, because people were a lot more static, and they were starting off the basic sort of farming existence and raising animals. So they didn't move around as much. So that's my thoughts on the sort of earliest examples of a community, really. And if that didn't happen, where would we be now? We may have gone down a different sort of path. So on the one hand, it's a good thing, but tread with caution, I would say. Involvement.
When the Romans left the UK, there was total chaos. They just said, we're walking out and there's no more law. All of a sudden, you had loads of clans in Britain that were fighting for power.
Yeah, well, it's the dangerous situation we spoke about earlier as well, is
Power vacuum.
There's a big power vacuum, a struggle for governance, a struggle for power. So the Roman example in Britain, after the Roman era, so to speak, there was what we call the Dark Ages in Britain. We almost went backwards for a couple of 100 years before we started to reprogress. What that's down to is a matter of debate, but yeah, and we saw these little communities, clans, if you like. Because like we said, there is a difference between, I think there is a difference between a community and a group and even a clan. A clan is probably somewhere in between. You saw these clans in Wales, Scotland, and dotted around East England. So
that border wall the Romans constructed over across the British Isles, that still stands, doesn't it? Or at least parts of it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, Hadrian's Wall. So
Yeah.
it's in some places it's about a foot high. In some places it's 8-9 foot high in some places, and there's people walk it as a sort of little challenge. Yeah, that's still there. It's still a demarcation line, and there's still a demarcation line in existence which separates England from Wales. It's called Offa's Dyke. It's like a big trench, if you like. And then, like we say, subdividing communities and even more. You go down into, say, you take England, for instance. You can subdivide England down into districts, counties, and then you can just keep going and going and going right down to neighbourhoods and stuff. And each one will have its own distinctive look and feel to it. So yeah.
Like Cornwall wants to be their own country.
Yeah, there's a county in the southwest of England called Cornwall. That's been fighting to break away for years.
Well, it's kind of like how Texas has been talking about succeeding.
Yeah.
We even have it here with the Western Cape, so wanting to succeed as well, which has been some talk about it for quite some time. So even across the world, it seems.
Yeah, right. So subdividing all the way down. But there's always someone else who wants power and wants to take control and govern you.
It's proven,
it seems to be the places in the south, like the more southern places of each of the countries, which is strange. It's like the more lower.
if you take the United Kingdom as a whole, you got Scotland wants independence, Wales wants independence. They've almost got it anyway, but then you divide it in further. You've got the elements of the Shetland Islands, the far extreme northeast of Scotland, little islands. They want to break away in. Some of them want to join Norway. Some of them want to be completely independent and all this sort of stuff. It's how I suppose the perception is how much control there is on a certain area and how much resources are in the area and how much loyalty exists in the locale, if you like.
Well, community support is very, very important, and I just want to say to everybody, I'm here. If anybody wants to chat, anybody else on the panel as well, they'd also welcome you to chat to them. Hi, Camden King, New Jersey.
Well, I'm going to bounce out of here and go get some lunch.
Okay, Bob.
Shadow, would you please contact old CR? Yeah, tell him that's
Yeah, we'll send him a message there. He got a third strike and you fire him.
He's still fired no matter whether he shows up or not.
Yeah. Well, catch you later, Bob.
All right, Bob.
I'm about
catch you later, Bob.
Pop off as well.
Yeah.
Bob, we're gonna
Time
have
for me to
to
get something to eat.
Bob, you and I we're gonna have to chat sometime, like do a voice chat, offline or something.
Yeah, no problem. Just we can coordinate.
Yeah.
How about we coordinate on email and then I can just go live and then bounce off of the public,
All right, sounds
something
good.
like that. All right. Peace out, everybody.
Roger.
Later, Bob.
Later,
Bye-bye.
Bob.
Take care, Bob.
I'm just about to shoot off as well, but I'll say something of what I said at the beginning. An SHTF or post-collapse community or whatever you want to call it is, I think, it's where it all comes together as a prepper, because we're all focused on monitoring the situation beforehand, bracing for the event, whatever it is, surviving the event, recovering, the cleanup after whatever event it is, and then we move into sort of a stage, or we'd like to. This is why my sort of thought process is after is going into sort of a longer term. You're talking out to 2 years plus now. The longer term sustainability aspect and survivability and keeping things rolling without faltering. So with that in mind, with that aim in mind, I think this is where it all comes together. And in some way, shape or form, you've got to consider living in a community, because as a single family unit, I don't think it's sustainable. You just haven't got the skills, you haven't got the knowledge, the equipment, the spares to just do it all yourself. You've got, even if it comes to, down to information gathering or education or retraining or stuff like this, you've got to have some sort of interaction. And it doesn't have to be continuous either. It could be just once a week, once a month job where you come together as a community, exchange ideas, exchange training, problem solve, maybe get some emotional support, psychological support, whatever it is. But and like I said earlier, you may even get to the extent where each member of the community contributes to a pooled resource in case of, let's say, a crop failure, for instance, or whatever. Well, there's some sort of shared understanding. It's quite a good film actually, which The Village, where M. Night Shyamalan, The Village. They were a bit hacked off with modern day society, so they found this retreat somewhere, and that's quite a good little sort of segregated community in the way they try to keep control of it and so on. But we're delving into the control aspect of it. Anyway, my point is basically the end goal. Let's say we have a complete collapse of civilization, complete SHTF. People will start sort of gravitating towards mutual areas, if you want to say that word, or communities. and that's where I think my mindset would be heading towards, all with a common goal, and that's for sort of continuation of survival. Like it or leave it, you know, you either join a thriving community and go under its rules and regulations, or you break off and continue your struggles for survival on your own. But know what you're getting in for. You know, there's going to be personality clashes. There's going to be internal bickering and strife, as with any community. There's going to be an imbalance of contribution. You'll probably lose some form of freedom, whatever level that is debatable. There's going to be security issues, probably. Also, an opportunity for disease to spread easier if you're in a more condensed community as well. If a virus breaks out, or you get some sort of infestation breaks out, then it's more likely that you are going to be, you know, leave yourself open to that sort of thing as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, I was just agreeing with what you're saying as well.
So last couple of points, because I'm just about to split. I would say be aware of, you know, the community that people are part of, not necessarily join. I wouldn't say join. You're part of a community. I'd be wary of any sort of cultural or religious type of slant to it, because they may be more prone to be a target in any sort of post-collapse situation.
Yeah.
Disgruntled societies and stuff like this.
They're coming after us Christians. They want us all dead.
Well, you only got to look at various places around the world where, you know, the Christian element are targets, the Jewish element are targets, etc. For example. Yeah. So anyway, I've got to shoot off.
Yeah, not a problem.
Yeah, no problem.
Drop those thoughts in, but
Yeah.
Good thoughts, all helpful.
Yeah, I'll be bailing too, but
yeah,
I'm gonna stick around just for a little bit.
Camden King says there, is it good to get like where is it? Fireproof gear. Where are we?
You can go to, I don't know if it works the same where
Fire
you are,
resistant.
but there are places, if you look into it as well, there's a couple of places where you can actually get proper fireman, like a lot of the time when they replace their suits, you can actually get from like stores as well. If you go to like emergency supply stores, some of them will actually have those. And then not only that, but if you look into your DIY stores, you can actually find a lot of the time the boots and the gloves that are fire repellent and fire resistant. And there's also ways to make your clothing much more fire resistant. There's several ways to do so if you look into it. There's ways to DIY your clothing so that your clothing is much, much more tolerant. I would recommend oxygen, because oxygen is always going to be a problem around fires. Be absolutely certain that you have fire resistant oxygen with you, a small canister that is designed to be in the midst of fire, and then make sure that you've got even a really good set of welding gloves can also act as fire repellent and fire resistant, because a lot of your welding gloves end up being completely fire resistant as well. You can stick your hand in the middle of a fire and with the welding glove, and you'll see what happens. You can literally but pull it out, and for the most part, it won't even be singed. So there are ways to go around it when it comes to combating fire. And then also, when it, just want to say thanks to Preparedness Veteran for being an ally when it comes to our conversations as well, and not leaving me in the dark when it comes to sometimes me stopping one of my tangents. And so thanks for that.
No
and
worries.
then I just want to say thanks for the support recently. I'm sure you know where I'm coming from with that. I really appreciate you for looking out for myself and us.
I was
as
going to
well.
add something for the fire resistant clothing. Like I said, some of that.
Right.
So like you're talking about the retired firefighting equipment. Now, not sure how the civilian stuff works, but I remember like the stuff that we used in the Navy, because believe it or not, U.S. Navy, whenever there's a fire on ship, everyone's a damage control man. They're all involved with damage control. That's what the firefighting is all about on ship. But we had what was called firefighting ensembles. Basically, it's like a specialized insulated leather jumpsuit, But like I said, it's fire resistant. You know, you can put it in flames, but you don't want to keep it in flames because at some point in time, even if the material doesn't directly burn, the heat transfer will eventually go to your body. Even with the welding gloves, yes, they are heat resistant to a point. They are burn resistant to a point, but you will eventually have direct heat transfer to your skin. And I know this from firsthand experience because I used to do welding. I haven't done welding in a while.
I would say most there's quite a large number of incidents or disasters or personal events that all involve common themes, and one of them is fire. So my first port of call would be to get firefighting equipment, so to tackle the immediate sort of threat. So fire extinguisher, maybe a fire blanket. Second one, you maybe some gloves so you can operate door handles and stuff like this to get out quickly.
Gloves.
I personally have got a fire escape mask that you can buy. There you go, gloves. Try touching, instead of kicking the door in or anything like that, try operating a door handle when it's red hot. It's so good pair of fire gloves. Like I say, you can get some breathing fire escape masks as well. I wouldn't get the silver ones. They look like silver foil. The company I got mine from has told me that they're only by law limited to state they protect you for a minimum of 30 minutes or maximum of 30 minutes. I haven't got mine to hand. It's in the other room, but yeah, you can get a load of fire masks and gloves, basically. There's a bare minimum. And yeah, like I say, firefighting equipment. Depending what sort of fire threats you're talking about. So, is it electrical fire, liquid fire?
Is it a structure fire, or is it a wildfire? Is it brush fire?
Yeah. I'd watch out with getting surplus clothing as well, because some of these flame retardant clothing, especially like the ones the racing drivers get, for instance, they got a lifespan as well, because the fibers start to break down over a certain period of time. It might be 5 years. I can't think of my head.
Yeah, the same could be said for like the Kevlar. People that like to buy surplus Kevlar, surplus ceramic plates for ballistic.
Yeah.
The fibers start to break down. Mostly they break down after like 5 or 10 years or something like that, but they mostly break down because of contact with the salts from human body sweat.
Yeah. And respirators as well, the rubber starts to perish. There's a reason why they sell stuff as surplus cheap. So be very wary and that sort of thing. Yeah, stick to basics though. Decent a couple of fire extinguishers. Get a 2 kilo fire extinguisher, or the smaller ones just at hand, dotted around the place. Fire blankets.
Yeah.
Heat resistant gloves and some sort of breathing.
Jerry Love, you're all blurry. Oh, there we go.
Anyway, I've got to shoot off, folks. So I'll catch you on a bit.
All right, later, PV.
Take care,
Catch you
PV.
later, PV.
No worries. All right.
Yeah, so I've got fire resistant overalls, and as PV was saying, the driving gear does have does have dates on them, so just be wary. These are driving overalls, full suit. I've got the long sleeve t-shirts that are fire resistant. You can get the socks. You can even get a snuddy to protect your neck, and you can get balaclava type hoods as well. As PV said, these are racing stuff. So my thing was, the reason why I got these is because I live in the city. Now, if I had to drive out and perhaps I was going through fires, what have you, my thinking was, well, at least I've got something on, to protect me a little bit. But like Dawes just said, the heat will get through. I'm not going to mean standing in a fire, but
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm driving through a city, there's fire, explosions, things on fire, cars on fire, buildings on fire. I mean, that was my thought of getting the fire resistant stuff for you, Camden King, who was asking. It depends on where you are. If you're in a place where it's prone to fires, like for example, hot countries. For example, in hot countries, you get these forest fires. I mean, they're terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, fire is a very dreadful thing.
Fire resistant clothes like you have there. Well, let's say if your building catching fire and your front door is blocked by fire, you can just walk through because those clothes will not catch fire. So so that if you look at it from that aspect, it's perfect.
Yes, and if you can before you run out of the flames, if you can pour a load of water on yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, you see in movies where you get people putting towels. Who remembers a very famous film called Towering Inferno?
I mean, I seen parts of the original and I seen parts of the remake, but I've never seen either one all the way through.
Oh, I've seen the original, and they were just like throwing towels, soaking the towels. I mean, I think that could. I mean, that could work if you haven't got any fire resistant clothing, you could.
Well, just remember this for flame retardant items. You want to stick with mostly natural fibers like wool, cotton, like heavy cotton, and you don't want any frays. And leather, like animal hide. That is naturally all going to be flame retardant materials. There's really no such thing as like a fully fireproof really anything, because at some point in time it's going to burn, and if it doesn't burn, the heat transfer is going to go through all the insulating material. It's going to go right onto you, just drenching a towel in water and putting it over you. It will provide limited protection for a limited amount of time, but eventually even the water in that soaked towel is going to heat up. It's not going to just immediately evaporate. It's going to heat up, and the heat from that water that's in the towel is going to go right to you.
This is Protex. It's 55% Protex and 45% cotton. But it won't protect you. Yeah, because it depends. It says here not suitable for molten metal, aluminium, or iron.
Yeah.
Well, if you see somebody...
yeah. Grumpy old guy. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely no polyester, no rayon, no nylon, none of the synthetic materials. That stuff will melt straight to your skin.
Who saw that woman? Who saw the woman recently who was set on fire on a train? In New York.
I heard about it. I didn't watch it, but I heard about it. I heard she died.
Yeah, terrible. She was also disabled, and she couldn't go crawl up on the ground because she couldn't bend into that position. But she was wearing a lot of stuff that was polyester.
Yeah, I heard she was a homeless woman that got set on fire. I don't know if it was on the train or if it was in the station.
No, this woman was on the train. I don't think she was homeless. Well,
was there 2 cases where somebody got set on fire?
I only heard of one.
I heard of one, and it was a homeless woman that got set on fire. And I don't know if it was inside the train station itself or if it was on the train.
This woman, I saw the video, was on the train. And the police were walking by while she was just on flames. No one was trying to do nothing. it was the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen in my life as a human being. You know,
Yeah.
I'm embarrassed to come from this planet. You know, I mean, some of the things that we see, and the elite, they've got the cheek to say the reason why we could cull these people is because they're vulgar. Coming from the most
Yeah.
vulgar people I've ever seen in my whole life.
Magic. That's the one I'm talking about. The one that recently happened. It was like, yeah, it was an illegal immigrant that set
Yes,
somebody on
monster.
fire.
Yes, he was an illegal immigrant, and he said, and he was actually flamming. He was actually he was doing that
Yeah,
with his jacket
fanning it.
to
Yeah.
make it light up even more. I mean, we're letting these type of people in to so-called civilization.
Yeah.
I mean, what is our government thinking? I mean, a lot of us, we've had to go through schools. We've had to, you know, we stop at traffic lights. We walk over zebra crossings. We don't joy. What's that word in America when you guys cross the road? Without, what's it called? Jaywalking.
Yeah. Jaywalking. Yeah. Yeah. When you illegally cross.
So we've got people that come here that have got, you know, all they're seeing is opportunity after opportunity, and sadly, it also involves doing some of these crazy acts. I don't know what would make a human being set another human being on fire.
Yeah.
Mad chick said there. Everyone is yes, true, because if you help, I've heard many people that try to help. There's a guy that's now being done for murder somewhere. He stepped in to help someone.
Thankfully, over here in the U.S., we've got what is called Good Samaritan laws. Like if you're stepping in good faith to, you know, render aid or, you know, to stop crime or whatever, you know, there are some Good Samaritan laws that can protect you. Because it was an issue. It was an issue, I think, back in the 1980s where, like, somebody would see there was a car accident, you know, there's a car upside down on its roof on fire, and they're pulling this person out of the burning car. And later on, this person ended up being paralyzed from the neck down because, you know, that guy didn't know this person had a neck injury, and that person that had a neck injury was turning around trying to sue them for, well, you caused my neck to break because you moved me. Well, if I hadn't moved you, would have burned to death in your car.
Maybe I should have left you. No, I'm not going to say that.
You were incapacitated, and you were in a burning car.
Yeah. That's very extreme. You get some people that will sue you for cutting their trousers.
Yep. Yeah. That's. Hell, I've had.
How can you sue someone for cutting their trousers?
If they're injured and they've got a wound on their leg, and you've got to get to the wound, and you cut their trousers off to get to the wound.
That's what the EMTs did to me when I was in the hospital. Like I said, I got hospitalized a few years ago. I got hospitalized with Sniffles 19 virus. The EMTs they cut all my clothes off. Everything got cut off. Like my pants got cut off. My shorts got cut off. My underwear got cut off. My t-shirt got cut off. Everything they cut everything off.
They didn't cut your bits off as well. I mean, they're getting in a cutting frenzy there. You know, whoa.
Well, it didn't. Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Like I said, I was unconscious for 21 straight days.
Wow. Right.
That's a long time.
Yeah, that's why. Like I tried watching that movie 28 Days Later last night for the second time in a row. And it's like I can't do it. Like this movie is just, one, it's boring, but two, it's just so much BS.
There was one scene there that was really horrible where the guy turned into a zombie and he attacked his wife.
Yeah, but like let's start the opening scene where that guy, you know, he wakes up and he's like moving around. It's like, okay, that's BS, because if you're out for 28 days, look, I was out for 21 days and I was essentially paralyzed in my legs because my muscles had all atrophied. And this guy just gets up and he starts walking around and everything. It's like, I can't. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's true. But people today just watch. Sadly, you could get someone getting raped, people will just walk past. Someone getting attacked, people will just walk past. You know, it's a very uncaring society. And we're talking about starting off new communities, starting off new things, community support. I think the foundation has to be very, very important. And I mean, from history, if we could learn from our mistakes and don't do them again, and build a society on love, on trust, on helping each other, all the good things. But unfortunately, our system, it seems, started off bad and progressed. You've got these people that are the royals or the elites. They don't want to give up their power. They're too used to having £1 million yacht and mansions and someone doing stuff for them all the time. They're not going to give up that power. But if we have to learn, if we're going to build something new, that's why I love the Bible. I love it when it talks about the kingdom, the new kingdom. I mean, we have to learn from our mistakes. And
sadly, I said I think society and governments I think they're trying to program us to not want to step in. Like you always hear, oh, there's no real men anymore. Yeah, there's a reason why there's no real men anymore, because the real men that do step in or try to step up or try to help out, they get punished for it, or they get ridiculed. They get socially ridiculed,
arrested, put in prison.
Arrested. Yep.
Julian Assange.
Yeah.
That dude.
I mean, if I was caught on video killing people, bang, 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 on video, and the government got hold of a video of me killing people, I'd be arrested. But the government gets caught killing people, and they arrest the people that leak this stuff.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense out of national security. But when they say national security, who do they actually mean? Do they mean the regular Joe?
And I agree with
or
you,
do they mean
Chick.
the elites?
Yeah, everybody anymore, they're quick to whip out their cell phone cameras, to get it on social media. And sure, there might be some that are whipping it up, whipping out their cameras, so there's at least video and photographic evidence. But yeah, no, like I said, nobody will step up, nobody will step in. And like I said, it's because we're being conditioned.
Yeah, it's like almost like with the same thing with nature. Oh, don't interfere. You see a wildlife program, and they'd show a little cub sort of crawling along the scene, and they say, "This is Junior. He's got a broken back. Unfortunately, the pride has left him behind." All right, it was a very bad David Attenborough impression, but and they say, "Well, we can't do nothing." For me, that's evil. I think any animal deserves a second chance, and to not interfere.
I agree.
They don't want us to interfere, but they can interfere. There's a very famous story where Prince Philip was on he was on a horse with some people, entourage, and he was being shown these very rare rhinos. I think they were white rhinos or some kind of very, very rare rhinos. And
I think those are extinct now.
Prince Philip, he says, "I'm going to shoot it," as a joke. So they got entourage. These guys that were looking after the animals were trying to get in between him and the rhinos and trying to get Prince Philip to just go away, because he's a nut job. These royals, these elites, they got the cheek to call us vulgar.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the film Eyes Wide Shut?
No, I've heard.
No,
I've heard of a film by that title, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the title, but
Tom Cruise, and actually the director who made that film was murdered. and the film was changed before it was released. There was some scenes that were cut out because it was just showing too much stuff. And I'm trying to remember the director's name. Anyway, he was killed shortly after, and the film just shows the type of behavior that these people do in their mansions. I mean, what have they got in their attics? What have they got in their basements? We don't know. I mean, look at the prime example, Puff Diddy.
Yeah.
I call him Puff Diddy, sorry, but he was groomed. He there was guys that did that to him and taught him the ropes. This is how we do it. This is how and then he learned from them how to. But yeah,
I'm wondering if he wasn't on Epstein Island or didn't have anything to do with Epstein at one point in time.
Of course he's been there. Of course, this thing is like an international party. Basically, they got the richest of the richest elites coming there. And another reason why they won't mention who was there is because you got you got people from the world, like we're talking about,
prominent parts of society.
The top of the so-called elites of society. So you may well have rich Arabs there, rich Africans, rich from India, from everywhere. So this was a big international operation, a big money thing. I mean, they're pimping out stars, literally. If the people are not doing movies, some of these, yes, of course, Mad Chick says there, all the pedos are connected because, some people like Asian children, some people like African children, some people like white. I don't know. They've got some weird nutters out there. Stanley Kubrick, that's it. He was killed after making that film. And
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I didn't know that either.
I didn't know Stanley Kubrick had died.
I didn't know that either.
If that was the director of that film, he was killed after.
Yeah, he was the director of the 1987 classic Full Metal Jacket.
Oh wow!
Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
I watched that movie a couple of times.
So we're living with people that what makes us think they're actually going to let us set up communities anyway? They're just going to want to wipe us out. They're going to come after us. Then there's survivors.
They already kind of are, they're
doing it. Yeah,
right now they might not be coming after us right now with guns or anything like that, but they're coming after us on social media.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely.
I mean, shoot, that's part of the reason why I haven't been, other than the fact that I've been busy, that's part of the reason why I haven't posted a video as of lately. It's because my stuff gets automatically blocked with YouTube's new AI scrubber, friggin' the second I briefly broach onto a subject that's not okay, it gets shut down. Like they shadow ban my content immediately.
Yeah, they've definitely got lists. I think they've got a list out there, like a red list, a blue list.
Oh yeah.
And so basically,
I already found out that I'm on a list, and like I said, I found out when I was in the hospital I'm on a list. I'm on a government watch list. Okay.
Yeah, we all are. We all are.
Yeah.
And they know who hasn't taken a jab. They basically it's getting smaller and smaller. Until they sort of try and round us up. And this is where we have to be very. Take care, our treasured home. God bless you too.
Yeah.
We have to be almost. How can I say? We're gonna have to be like a step ahead.
Yeah.
But that's why I was saying last week when we may have to be more nomadic initially because we don't know. It's good if we set up a camp and we got tree houses and fire pits and sing songs at night time. We're going to stand out.
Yeah. This is going back to what I said earlier in the stream. I like a good conspiracy theory just as much as the next guy, but I'm not going to sit here and really focus in on conspiracy theories. I'm just going to control what I can control,
Yes.
try to
Yeah, good idea.
do what I can do, because in the grand scheme of things, for a lot of the stuff, I'm just a little guy, I'm completely powerless to stop most of this stuff. But what I can do is insulate myself from the repercussions for a lot of the stuff that's going to happen.
Like Guardian was saying, we have to be mentally, spiritually, like in our heads. A lot of people are going to crack up. A lot of people are going to be absolutely devastated. A lot of people are going to be unsure of what to do. There's going to be the mad ones as well that are just going to want stuff straight away. They're going to be going into car showrooms, stealing cars and looting shops and what have you. And
yeah, that'll last for like the first week or two, and then people are going to realize all this crap is useless.
Yeah.
And then you're going to start homes. Yeah, you're going to start seeing kind of like the purge aspects of it.
And funny that you brought that movie up. Why would they make movies like that? I mean,
well, like I said, it's programming. It's social programming. They're trying to program us.
Right. Yes.
And like I said, I mentioned that I've never seen any of the Purge movies. By the way, I have not watched one single one of those movies.
I've seen one, and I thought, what a load of rubbish. But
I'm not sure how many of those movies they've got. But yeah, no, like I said, they're trying to do, like I said, social programming.
Yeah, because they want to divide the people up. When it started off when we were children, they'll have cowboys and Indians, they'll have doctors and nurses, they'll have criminals and the police, and the children watching this stuff will choose. They're like, well, I want to be a criminal. Well, I want to be a policeman. Well, I want to be a doctor. I want to be a nurse. I want to be a bad guy. I want to be a good guy. So they're creating all this stuff, and I mean, there's people that were looting in England, the UK, and they started to use the social media to sort of meet up at certain places. But I mean, so stupid because the police.
Well, they've had the same thing over here where they'd use Facebook, and people would do flash mobs and start raiding stores and convenience stores. Yeah,
carloads. I saw one video where like 15 cars pulled up, and all the guys just jumped out, girls as well, girls included, and they just literally run into all the shops in that area.
Yep.
Just grabbing stuff. It's complete chaos.
And then booking it.
Yeah, and back into their cars.
Yeah, I'd seen video where like an entire Walmart got completely trashed, and it was like a predominantly black side of a city. I don't know if it was in the Chicago area. I think it was somewhere up there in Illinois. But like I said, an entire super Walmart got completely trashed, looted. People went into the grocery side of the section. They would open up, boxes of whatever, boxes of, bags of chips or whatever. They're eating that stuff, in the store, and like I said, so many of them came in, they came in droves. I mean, they trashed that store within, 30 minutes.
So they planned it. There's people out there saying, right, the next time there's rioting and looting, I'm going to go to this shop. I've got this on my list. I want to get one of them. I want to get one of them. So you've got people that are waiting for something to happen. So we're talking about SHTF, and so yeah, you're going to get people that are going to try and get what they can by any means possible. We've got no way of defending ourselves in the UK. At least in America, you guys can sort of defend yourselves. You kind of got laws that can, but here we have to be so careful. There's stories of people burgling people's houses, and the people in their houses in this country sort of had a fight or struggle, what have you, and ended up doing something to the burglar, and the actual person in the house gets arrested.
Yep, and they've had, like I said, that happens here in the U.S. It doesn't happen everywhere in the U.S. Like I said, I know it looks like a lot of people that tune in the Shadows live stream happen to be Americans, but for the foreigners that are not from here, a lot of the states, they kind of act like pseudo countries themselves. So, like I said, different states are going to have different laws in regards to self-defense and castle law doctrine. Castle law doctrine is you being able to defend your home. Yeah, no, like I said, thankfully I live in an area where, castle law doctrine is taken pretty seriously. So, yeah, I can use deadly force if needed to defend my home. And I won't get in, like I said, I won't get into trouble unless I'm using excessive force. But yeah, no, like they do that because they want people to be defenseless. They want people to be dependent upon the government.
Well, it's almost like this rapping scene was funded, given a lot of money, so they can continue this war. Like you've got the East versus the West side in America, crazy battles, and it's actually bigger than just these boys on the ground. This is also other things going on in America, not just these rappers. They pump a lot of money into that so they can promote that lifestyle, and a lot of guys out there, they don't want to work, they just want to go and rob and steal and make money fast. You've got all these stupid movies like Fast and Furious, where they're glamorizing thieves.
The first one they were glamorizing, car. Well, that wasn't so much car theft, it was like theft of auto parts, hijacking trucks with auto parts,
drug dealing.
I've only ever seen the first of that movie, from that movie franchise. I didn't bother watching the rest of them.
I think it's like Fast and Furious 10 now.
Yeah.
Or 9 or something stupid like that.
I don't know. They just keep on going. It's like I can't keep up. I don't have time for it or the patience, to be honest with you.
But the youngsters, they've sucked all this stuff in.
Yeah.
Oh, all I've got to do is go out and steal a car, and then next week I'll have a girl with a miniskirt, up to her,
yeah,
up to her waist, and I'll have money, and I'll have a flash car, and I'll be popular with people, but there's no work done. They just want it for nothing. But how did most of these elites get to where they were?
Well,
what
pisses me off, and I've actually had discussions with my roommate about this last night. What pisses me off is you got these random nobodies that get on the internet, and overnight they become rich. They become an instant sensation. Classic example. I don't know. You guys ever heard of the Hawk Tua girl? The Hawk Tua girl.
Hawk Tua girl. No.
Oh my God! Like, she said something really dumb, and I'm not going to discuss the details of it because it's very inappropriate, not age appropriate. But she essentially became a millionaire overnight. There are some OnlyFans girls that have become like rich beyond rich. It's like they're barely 20 years old, and it's like I don't understand how some of these people, not only become rich, but now they're influencing everybody else, either in their age bracket or that are younger than them. And it's like, and I have spent my entire life, my 33 going on 34 years of existence, slaving away. And I am still financially struggling, but yet these people get an easy break like that.
Yeah, John, what's his name? That boxer who just fought Tyson, Andrew Tits. I mean, these guys. Yeah, I call him Andrew Tits. It's Andrew Tate.
Yeah. But, Andrew Tate. Oh my God, that guy is a piece of shit. There's some things I understand where he's coming from and that I agree with, but he is a loathsome human being.
He's a pimp, and why did he become? And then he's literally a pimp.
Yeah.
And so he's an influencer, And then you got
I
people
think he's in jail. I think he's in prison right now.
Romania.
Good to see you again, Anunnaki.
Anunnaki. And who else was there? The guy that just fought Tyson. I think these
Logan
people,
Paul?
That's the one. I think these people are put there.
Or was it Jake Paul? Or I can't remember.
There's two of them.
I can't remember what. Yeah, like I said,
There's two brothers. There's two brothers. So even Elon Musk is an influencer.
Yeah.
And they're putting these people in certain positions on purpose, I believe. I mean, Andrew Titz, he said, I'm going to use a lover boy method. I'm going to get the girls to fall in love with me, get them to work for me, and just string them along,
Yeah, and he literally committed, highway robbery on the internet. Essentially, he stole like he drained bank accounts because he got these people so madly in love with these girls. They think that these guys think that they're talking to these girls, and these girls are on camera. They look like they're typing stuff up. They really had people in the background. Those keyboards weren't attached to anything, and they got these guys convinced that, to give up their money and everything like that so they could maybe be with these girls. And it's like, yeah, it's reprehensible. I mean, those guys were fools to begin with, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, no, it's just completely criminal the way he operated.
And then he's going on, and all of a sudden, he's getting interviewed by Piers. What's that?
Piers Morgan.
Name? Piers Morgan. He's getting interviewed by other people, and he's getting bigger and bigger. Again, it's another way of programming, like you said. They're going to get guys out there. Oh, I could do that.
Yeah.
And it's just another way of corrupting women, young ladies, young men, older men. It's just corrupting their minds. That's why I was saying no one is good, because
I'm not going to say that nobody's good. What I will say is no one is infallible.
I think we want to be good. We've got good intentions, but we slip up.
Yeah.
We
got good intentions, but there's the saying that the road to hell is paved on good intentions.
Well, I don't know where that is from.
I don't know where that's from either, but I have heard that ad nauseum, and like I said, so like there's got to be some truth.
Yeah, so they're definitely promoting the crime. Why do they promote crime? Well, because it helps the system to flow. Order out of chaos, it says on the American dollar, and basically it helps the system. The more anarchy, it's money, because you need judges to keep in court. You need police to you need the prison services. It all needs to be.
Well, when you boil it down even further, it's not just the money. It's eventually just becomes the power and control, because it's the ones that have got excess amounts of resources that can basically exert their version of power control onto the world, or their version of influence onto the world.
And have you noticed, if someone stands up for peace and stop wars and to stand up against the evil, they get killed, assassinated. Anybody who stands up for peace, stop wars, we've seen that. What examples can I give? I'm sure there's plenty of examples of Bob Marley. I think Bob Marley was killed. Kennedy, President Kennedy, perhaps was killed because he was trying to stop wars.
King.
Yeah. Martin Luther King.
Martin
Yep.
Luther King. Was it Gandhi as well?
Yeah, Gandhi, Mahatma Gandhi.
So you've got people that try and stand up to, but that's how these people have made their money throughout centuries and millennium. The kings and the queens, they come out of their castles and they come to the villages, slap the men around, take their women, take their chickens, take their wheat, take their milk, and more taxes. It's basically robbing us.
Yeah.
Usury, and
There's one quote that does come to mind, especially, like I said, we talk about, like I said, I talked about some of these people, that want to form these groups and everything. They want to, they're doing it from the point of power. They want to, they want to have power and control. And, like I said, they want to be basically king shit on Turd Island. But it reminds me of that one quote from the movie The Patriot, the Mel Gibson movie The Patriot. It's like, why would I want to trade one tyrant 3,000 miles away for 3,000 tyrants 1 mile away?
Good point.
Well, King Charlie, with his 17 goals for sustainable living, are they saying that, well, we can't continue to feed the third world? It's not sustainable. But the thing is, they don't need to feed the third world. They could feed themselves if they had the leadership and the right tools. But sadly, you've got these corrupted kings. I mean, when you had, who's the king? When they made, where did they get rubber from the trees? Was it Congo? But it was the Belgium king. The Belgium king, they made so much money from making rubber from the trees. And the king that came after him, I think it was King Leopold, and they made loads of money. They built Ostend. All the buildings in Ostend in Belgium was all built up because of the money they made. But the king, the African king that came in after him, was just as corrupt. Just corruption, like you're saying. You've got all these people that want to be kings. They want to be the one.
Yeah. And there's another, I think there's another quote. I don't know if this was a Benjamin Franklin quote, but it was like, power corrupts, but absolute power corrupts absolute, or something like that. I can't remember. I might be butchering that entirely. I don't.
I think I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I think I've heard that expression. See you later, Anunnaki. Have a good time. Have a good time with your wife. Yeah, I think we just have to be watchful, wait and be watchful, and depending on what situation we're in, then we can decide how to act.
Yeah.
If we sort of trying to figure out how we're going to act, we don't know what's going to happen. We might have all the bug out gear in place, and then there's a flood, a tsunami, and you haven't got a boat, and you lost everything. So
yeah, you can't be prepared for absolutely every single conceivable scenario. It's just not feasible. The logistics from it.
Is losing everything.
Yeah. I guess you could potentially prepare for that. But I'm just saying, every scenario, it's not possible. It's not feasible.
No, that's right. Because especially in somewhere like the UK, here's so small.
Yeah.
It's like, well,
you guys got like 68 million people living on those little islands. Thereabouts.
Tiny.
Yeah. And that's like there's like 10 million more of you living there than there are of people living out in California. I think California's got somewhere around like 45 or 50 million people living there.
And also, when there's if there's no law and order, if we've got immigrants coming now, you know, and there's supposed to be law and order. What happens if there's no law and order? How many immigrants will get across then? You know, I mean, it's going to be total chaos.
Every which way you look at it, sadly, innocent people. That's what we should say is like innocent people, not so much good people, but innocent. I mean, good people alike too.
No, that's
but
a great way of saying it.
Innocent people,
right, they are
innocent people, and I guess good people are going to die in the crosshairs of all this.
Well, that's what it's about. They want to kill the good people. They don't want. Then these people at the top, they're not good people. That's why they've come to the conclusion that they're saying to themselves, we can't be good. That's why they say Lucifer is their king, is their god.
Yeah.
They've adopted the mentality that they have to be bad to keep that power. I mean, they're sort of playing with words.
Sophistry.
Yes, they're playing with words. Calling us vulgar. But yet they've made this mess. Who made the mess? Who created these systems? I mean, if you've got a good king, good leaders, then everyone's happy. Even the trees are happy. The land is happy. But when you've got bad kings, everybody. I think it's even in the myth of Arthur, when there's like a good king, everyone's happy. But when there's a bad king, when there's a bad king, no one's happy. But these people don't care. They've got the power. They've got everything. So they don't want to lose that. So they'd rather just kill us through whatever means possible. Through I don't want to mention the name of the recent stuff, but through wars, through crappy food, crappy water, stuff they're spraying in the air.
Yeah.
Of course, you have to be strong mentally. Number one, you have to be strong mentally, but also take a step back and say, well, what is happening in my area? What is happening in my nation? What is happening? How do I prepare my situation? You're going to have, at least in America, you guys have got land. You've got place to move. You've got options. You've got mountains. You've got, wide open spaces. You've got
really the last place to really have like truly wide open spaces and where you can, you can actually be lost to society would be Alaska, which is called the last frontier for a reason.
Yeah, wasn't it owned by Russia at one point?
Yes, it used to be owned by Russia.
And the Americans paid $5 million for it.
I think, I don't know the full story of how it was acquired. I know it had something to do with we had set up some telegraph lines for Russia, and they owed us money for it. And instead of paying us the bill, they were like, "Well, here you can just have this strip of land or something like that." I think that was something along those lines.
Yeah, because there's still Russian villages there in Alaska, Russian road names.
Yeah.
But a lot of people don't know that all these people working together. There's the Liberty Bell in America, but many people don't know there's actually a Liberty Bell also in Russia.
Huh.
The Liberty Bell in America has got a crack in it.
Yep.
And the one in Russia the same. So basically, these people at the top, they're all interconnected.
Yeah. And so like I said, I'm not saying and I don't want to steal your thunder, okay, man? Okay. Like I said, I agree with you, okay, but this is where I start to be like, okay, this is cool and everything. We're talking about this, but
okay, yeah.
At some point in time, we're going to start deviating, and we're really starting to get deep into the weeds of the conspiracies and all that. And again, I love them, but at some point in time, you got to ask yourself, that, like I said, there's a fine line between being informed and everything like that, and then just really getting really deep into this stuff. I'm not going to say like, oh man, I don't want to talk about this. It's just like, at some point in time, I gotta, start utilizing my times. Like, okay, there's some things I'm powerless to stop. It's going to happen whether I want it to or not. But
It's gonna
yes,
happen, yeah.
I agree with everything you've been saying. It's just like I said, we're starting to border on, like I said, we're starting to border onto some of the stuff that's just, it goes way out there. We start talking about the Club of Rome and all that stuff, and
Order of the Garter.
Yeah, what was it that
the Jesuits?
Yeah. Gosh dang, what was the other one? I'm trying to think. What was that one that was over there? I think it was in Germany. Gosh dang, what the hell was it?
The Bavarian Illuminati.
I don't remember. I forget all the different names anymore because it's just there's so many of them, and I got to. Yeah.
The Jesuits who started the Jesuits, Loyola from Germany, but he was I think he was a Jew. I think he was. Yeah, you're right. You can get lost in a lot of this stuff as well, and
Yeah, and at some point in time, you got to think, my time would be better well spent getting ready than for me to be sitting here and looking into this stuff,
But it's also good to be aware of what's around you.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. There's
a lot of symbolism.
Yeah,
is how these people hide and how they communicate to each other. Dodgy handshakes, symbolism, the way they hold their hands, etc. But yeah, you can get lost in all that, and you're right. It's better to just stick to.
I'm not gonna say ignore it. I'm just gonna say, you better be using as the best of filters that you better have some built-in personal filters. Be able to filter out what's important and what's not. And like I said, yes, I do like to follow some of this stuff, but some of it starts to border on to the whole fear porn side of this stuff. And like I said, fear porn is not productive.
Bless you. Who's that?
That was Shadow.
Bless you, Shadow.
Yeah, bread and circuses.
Yeah, I think community support is very good, and I think it should be the whole community. It's like on your body. If you get a wound, you get loads of stuff going to that wound from your body. It's like a big army all sort of go into that area on your body to heal it.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you got your white blood cells and your T blood cells attacking any of the pathogens that come in from the wound, and you got the coagulants in the blood that are coagulating in the wound site to allow for the beginning stages of the stitching of the skin and the flesh to begin.
We can recreate a community like that where, because like PV was saying earlier, they covered a lot of issues like, some people are going to misbehave.
Yeah.
Some people are going to want to be controlling.
Yep.
But if the whole community comes down on you, not in a bad way. I'm not talking about the way they do it in Africa. In Africa, the community, when they come down on you, they come down on you. And I'm not talking about putting rubber tires on people and setting them on fire. I don't know what that's called, but that's horrific.
I forget the name of that too.
I've seen it before, and it was like it was terrible. But I'm talking about a community that has. It's going to be difficult, but if you can set that as a foundation, we community support is a massive subject because it covers food, covers medicine, covers accommodation, covers of the skill set that you've got, the knowledge that you have, trades that people have.
Yeah. And like I said, this is where I was talking about, because like I said, I talked about some of the stuff with PV today, like I said, some of the pluses and minuses of the different communities, the organic community, where basically suburbia or people living in the same apartment block coming together for, a common goal. and then you got your MAGs, your mutual assistance groups, and they both have their issues. But
Yeah.
that's what we were talking about. You're going to have a bunch of people not contributing, but they're trying to maximize whatever output they can get as far as benefits are concerned from the community, but they're not contributing themselves. And that was where Bob was talking about, I'm willing to grab a shovel and help dig the ditch, but if everybody else walks off and stops digging the ditch, I'm not going to be standing there, digging the ditch by myself.
I agree.
Yeah, this is what they've done, sadly. I mean, they talk about people on benefits that are sucking the system. But when the House of Lords, when the Lords go into work for that day, they sign in. And for signing, just to go to work and sign in, they're getting paid £300 a day. So if that's not benefits, I mean, it depends on what people mean. If you've got some people that are on benefits, these people at the top, some of them got serious benefits. I mean, Richard Branson, how much money did he get from the government, from the club? Elon Musk, how much money does he get from the government?
I mean, that's all good questions, but
coming back to connecting with the influencers again.
Yeah, and I agree with that, Camden King. But
Yeah,
you also need people that have a vested interest in the group. Like skin in the game, like somebody who actually, like, everybody needs to put something on the table that they're willing to risk.
Yes.
Like,
well, they've got to get in some work, whether to go and collect wood, whether to go and collect water, whether to help building, whether to help cleaning.
Yeah. So
it's all about cooperation.
Yeah. My like I said, a lot of my experience I'm going to draw on from being in the Navy. We had what was called duty sections, and the duty section would, of the day would be stand and watch and performing a lot of medial tasks. But you also had offgoing, basically what they call it, offgoing watch. Basically different tasks and cleaning. Like everybody partaking in cleaning, everybody partaking in cooking, everybody. It should be rotational. Everybody should be contributing.
About to say that. Have
Yeah.
some kind of rota.
Yeah, rotation in this.
Like
so if your duty section's not, standing that armed watch, watching the end of the cul-de-sac, then you should be out there doing the wood cutting detail, and somebody else in your group should be doing the cooking. And like I said, it should be rotated. And then obviously whoever is pretty good at one task, you could probably do like a general election. Yeah, I think that this person should probably do the full-time cooking when they're not standing watch. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because Shadow might make some terrible stew.
Yeah. A terrible fish stew.
Only kidding, Shadow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Tunnel engineer. Wow. Could be handy. Like, because to have a little escape room, a safe room, could be worth having a little safe area. If you've got a little community and you guys have dug out a little safe room, could be handy. Could be storage. Could be essentials. And also, if you can build tunnels, then that'd be great for like somewhere to hide if there's I mean,
or maybe some defensive fighting positions.
Yeah, that's another thing as well. Do you have set up like a militia within your community? I mean, pitchforks and
I'd be a little bit wary with militias. I mean, I'm not saying I'm completely against them. I'd just be a little bit, like
some-
have like
some of them-
a heavy dose of skepticism, because some of those guys, they are,
nut jobs.
they really are. It's like, and some of those guys, they're has-beens, or they're wash-ups, or they're guys that could never hack it in the real military, so they join a militia.
Yeah, I've seen some funny videos where you've got all sorts of funny looking blokes.
Yeah, and I'm not even saying, hack it because they were too fat, because you got a lot of the meal team 6, types. but,
I've never heard that one before. That's a great one.
Meal team 6.
Team 6.
Yep.
I wish PV heard that.
Yeah.
Meal team 6. That's great.
Yeah, but like I said, I'm talking about the ones like straight up, they're like criminal in nature. They're the kinds of people you just don't want to associate with, because behind closed doors they're not good. They're reprehensible human beings.
Well, I only mentioned militia because I was talking to yourself, but when, I don't know what an English word is where we can set up a little defense force within the community that if like 50 guys just come from the forest and they're coming into your community, who's going to stand up to them? I mean, am I just going to watch? Is someone just going to watch while someone drags off someone's wife?
Yeah.
What are we going to do? Something? All these things are going to have to be taken into consideration. Defense, how you set up your community. Community support is a very good subject, though, a very massive subject. But spiritual support will come into that as well.
I agree with you, TUK by V1, that they're elitists, misanthropes, and worse. The specific details of their subculture aren't crucial information. They're not. It's not that important. Just know that the basics of what they do is what matters.
So they've basically targeting out. They're sort of got the list of who's not complying, who's not taking the jab, who's not been on lockdown, who's so slowly but surely they're going to be wiping people out. Camden King, I like that. You train everyone to fight in combat.
Yeah. Well, like I told PV before he left, I don't know how the British Royal Marines operate. I have to assume they operate very similarly to American Marines, because American Marine Corps and American Navy, Continental Navy, is actually pretty much like carbon copy as far as traditions are concerned to that of the British Royal Navy and British Royal Marines. But like U.S. Marines, like I said, it doesn't matter what the job is, what their job is. Doesn't matter if they're a cook, doesn't matter if they're a mechanic, doesn't matter if they're in some kind of support role. If they are under combat, if they're taking on fire from an enemy, everyone is issued a rifle and everyone is expected to fight. And then afterwards, you're going back to your primary jobs. Your primary job is to be a warrior, a fighter, and then you go back to your other job, whatever it was.
Well, train full stop. Whether it's for fighting or just for keeping fit, that could be a good motivation, for the community to be training to be fit, training to fight, training to, like PV says as well, cross training.
Yeah.
Someone might be a carpenter, so we can show someone else the little basics of carpentry. Someone else might be, we've got Camden King, he's a tunnel engineer. He can show some people the basics, and You know, we've all got skills.
They
that we
probably,
can-
yeah, Camden King probably knows quite a bit about, you know, water intrusion, probably land subsistence and stuff like that in regards to like tunneling, doing subterranean stuff.
Well, I think preppers are a very good asset for the planet at the moment, for the peoples, because who else have we who else have we got? Who else have we got that is thinking far ahead? You know, we've got preppers around the world that are watching all sorts of things and talking and telling people to be prepared, telling people how to, you know, make preps like food preps and have bug out bags and have long term thoughts as well.
Yeah. There
Well,
was
you know,
one guy that I watched. I think I'm still subscribed to his channel, but he has not posted a video in like, geez, 4 years.
wow.
I'm trying to remember his channel name. I remember the channel icon. I'm going to see if I can't find it real quick. That is if his channel didn't get deleted. Jeez Louise.
Oh, this is a fantastic way to see, for them to see what we are, who we are. You know, they've got a list, right? Okay, Costa's not towing the line. Shadow is not towing the line. Dior is not towing the line. They're going to go on the red list. We're going to sort them out.
Yeah.
The other ones that are just towing the line, you know, they're already gone. You know, they don't know what's coming. I mean, you hear stories with all this modern technology of people walking off cliffs with their phone.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
So that's how lost some people are. Just goes to, you know, the grumpy old guy says all U.S. Marines are expected to be combat ready at all times. I mean, you hear stories of these robotic dogs they got now. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, who's all this stuff going to be fought against? I mean, why are they developing all this stuff? I mean, it's only going to kill people.
Yeah. Yeah. Kill people or destroy supply lines.
Well, we're fighting every day anyway. We're fighting now in our minds already. You know, we're fighting against the not sort of
Yeah, I agree with that.
complying. You know, we're
TUK
fighting.
by V1. Yeah, the cross training is important. Yeah, like
We have mentioned that a couple of times in other streams.
yeah. And I
Very
know
important.
I'm not, yeah, like I said, I might have broached the subject at least 1 or 2 times myself. But yeah.
Oh, it's 11 o'clock. I've got to say good night, everybody.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get going because, like I said, we're gonna lose daylight here soon. I got to finish cutting up that firewood.
Yep.
Hey, I appreciate you, having me on there, Shadow, and
Yes, thank
You're
you.
very
Fury of
welcome.
Love. It was good talking with you.
Yeah, always good talking to everybody. God bless
Let
you
me,
all.
hey, I don't know if you plan on going to the U.S., but hey, let me know if you're ever out in the West Texas area.
Oh, I'd love to. I'd love to go there. I'd love to. Oh, I definitely will. I wouldn't mind getting hold of an AR-15.
Hey, I got 3 of them. You want to go out shooting?
Okay, that's fantastic.
Hey, and the invite is also extended to Shadow if he plans on coming to the U.S. Don't go visiting. You guys don't go visiting the tourist traps, okay?
No,
Come out to real America. Come out to West Texas.
Amen. I'd love that.
Avoid New York. Avoid Miami. Avoid Las Vegas. Avoid Los Angeles. Come out to the real United States.
Wow.
Don't go to them damn tourist traps. And I'm sure you guys could advise me the same thing if I go to visit your guys' countries. Don't go visiting East London. Don't go visiting, or whatever,
I live in London. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just sorry.
I mean, please don't come to London.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll meet you outside of London. I'll meet you outside.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if you're ever in London, you're welcome to look me up. You're welcome. But I wouldn't advise coming to London though.
Sorry.
Sorry. I mean, I'm trying to get out of the place. I'm doing everything I can to get out of London.
Yeah.
But the thing is, there's not many places in the UK that are any different.
Yeah.
I mean, anyway.
Aside from the subculture differences, if you're not Scottish or if you're not Welsh or whatever, like I said, that it is pretty uniform.
I went down to Cornwall and I went to visit someone in Ireland, and I just said hello to this lady, and she said, "You're very dark." And I thought, you should see one of my friends from Camden then, if you think I'm dark. But I mean, people are set in their ways as well. You've got Scottish, Irish, but I don't know. I think if you respect their culture, respect their nation, I think most people are okay with you. But, if you disrespect their culture, I remember there was a free English gentleman who went to America, and they thought they were funny, making jokes, and they just didn't realize, hang on, this is different. This is America. The guys they do car programs. I don't know if you know a guy called Jeremy Clarkson.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's
I'm
on.
familiar with him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he went to America. They done a show in America.
Yeah. Top Gear.
Top Gear. That's the one. And they was in this garage, and they had something written on their car or something, rednecks or something, being rude to the locals, and certain guys in the locals started following them, and they were like, "Oh, I think we've taken a joke too far, and now they're following us." And this America, man. I mean, you can't just go there and mess with people.
Well, that'd be like me if I decided to go over to England, or if I decided to go over to Australia and I started mouthing off and making fun of the late Queen Elizabeth. I was told that is straight up, like, I will get into a fist fight.
Oh man,
whether I want to be in one or not.
I wouldn't care if you said anything about the Queen.
Well, that's what I was told. Do not make fun of the late Queen Elizabeth. Like, it doesn't matter if you're in Australia, New Zealand, or in England. Like, wow. you will get a beer glass broken in your face.
They're typical English, Scottish or Irish. Well, the Scottish and the Irish, not so much, but the English. Anyway, on that note, God bless you all. Have a fantastic evening, Sunday, week, and we'll catch up again. Thank you, Shadow, for having me on.
Yep.
You're most welcome.
It's always good to see you.
Easy.
It's always good to see you too.
Nice one, Dios, and everybody in the chat. God bless you, and stay safe out there, and always be prepared.
All right, later.
That is a good point. Okay, guys, I'll wrap things up now. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. And this is the last stream for this year. So I will see you next year. Same time, same channel. And that's all for today, guys. Have a nice day. Take care, stay safe. God bless.